Hello, hello, hello. Jordan Sheridan, joined by Zaina Day. Sunday, January 29th, 2023. Big show, big weekend. And all of us are pretty much exhausted or sick, but working anyway. For you, the people. Colin behind the scenes, what a mensch, as the Jews say. He's been sick, but working through it to provide the tech and broadcast and clips and articles and all that good stuff behind the scenes. Colin, if you could come on and give a bow. I know you're not on screen, but maybe people could just hear your nasally voice and for pity purposes, donate. There he is.
I'm my cat chewed through my webcam, so I'm videoless, and chewed through my nice microphone, so I'm using a headset microphone, and chewed through my mouse, so I'm using a backup mouse. So we're doing great.
First of all, we might need donations for cat therapy, and to get you new equipment. So, but yes, you've been a little under the weather. Hopefully, not COVID. Through your trip to, it's all a blur. Atlanta, you've been under the weather since then. So thank you for working through it. Everybody's off tomorrow, so don't you worry. All right, Zaina, big show. We also have John Farina that we think is going to be coming in live from Memphis in a little bit, from protests on the ground there, for the continued reaction to the Tyree Nichols body camera. We also have the actress Frances Fisher coming up. If you remember, she was down at Standing Rock many years ago. Great actress. I mean, if you really remember back in the day, she was Kate Winslet's mother in Titanic. More recently, she's acted in The Sinner, which is a popular show on FX, I think, and Netflix. And now she's in a film about Standing Rock that I got through about an hour of before I passed out last night, but it's very good. So we'll show you some of that film. We also have Tina is going to join us in a little bit for an update on her Cop City reporting. What else? Let me just read the rundown here. It's a lot of great stuff. We also have Kim Brown and Olayemi Olurin. They did an interview yesterday that, from what I hear, Zaina, is really, really damn good.
I was behind the scenes yesterday while we were live streaming while they were interviewing, and it's good. It's great.
So Olayemi is a movement attorney, so she does a lot of attorney work for, I guess, progressive causes, bail reform, as well as civil rights and those kind of things. Kim Brown hosts on Status Coup and has her own channel, Burn It Down with Kim Brown. So they'll be talking about, obviously, Tyree Nichols, Cop City, and other things. Then we're going to have Christian Smalls, who might be the biggest story, him and the Amazon workers who have now officially unionized. They won in April of 2022, but now, after Amazon tried to stop them and Amazon tried its own version of overturning an election, the National Labor Relations Board officially affirmed their election. So now Amazon has to come to the table and negotiate. They will certainly drag their feet. So we'll talk to Christian about that. And as well, Zaina, we've talked about this. There's a big Supreme Court decision that's going to come that could really damn near cripple the ability for workers to strike. So we'll talk to Christian about that. We also have Melissa Mays, Flint resident, activist, for an update on Flint. Yes, it's almost 9 years later, and it's still very much a crisis that the media has pretty much abandoned. And we're also going to have Marianne Williamson, who's, boy, on Twitter, people are fighting about Marianne Williamson. Holy cow. She obviously is rumored to be running in 2024 against Joe Biden. She formed an exploratory committee. So basically, it's usually one step till doing it, officially running. Some people are not happy with that. They don't want another progressive challenge within the Democratic primary, want Marianne or somebody else to run third parties. So we'll definitely ask her about that and other things.
She also mentioned that she would potentially, if they tried to mess her over again or mess her over like they did Bernie, that she is saying that, there's a potentiality that she could run independent. So that might be something that would be interesting to,
Yep. Oh no,
starting
don't
the
worry.
primary. She said bold. If they pull some of those same antics, then she might very well still take up that ticket as independent. So
We should just, I'll talk to her, but we'll do away with the if they do that and just get to the when. But don't worry, we'll get answers to our questions. I thought the Nina Turner interview yesterday was very informative, and she had some words, I would say, for the squad. Wouldn't call Biden corrupt. I was hoping I could get that, but certainly called the Democratic Party corrupt. And even though she's got police in her family, I think her husband was very stern, particularly about qualified immunity, which I'm barely even hearing in all this coverage of Tyree Nichols. And today, in between all of these guests, we're really going to try and push a lot more, because yesterday I definitely overbooked the show. We're going to try and push as much as we can previous clips of our on-the-ground reporting. If you don't know, Colin, if we could show it, these shows this weekend, in addition to just great content and great guests, we're trying to fundraise. Our goal is $20,000 thus far, which is amazing. We've raised $6,185. So that's 31% towards our goal. So thank you to everybody who donated yesterday. We had a lot of small donations, a couple big donations, and we've raised over $6,000. And we do not at all take that for granted, because we know the majority of you watching, even $10, you're not rolling in it. So thank you for contributing. I hope we haven't tapped out all of you, and we could get more donations today. I don't know if we'll hit 20,000, but a crew can dream. And I think before we show the clips, we should really just put it on the table. I mean, this on the ground reporting, as I've always told you, is incredibly expensive. Right now we have John in Memphis covering the protests. We also just had Tina and Colin in Atlanta covering Cop City. Lewis, who was on with us yesterday, we're going to be sending him to the border, hopefully in the next few weeks. That's going to run us probably $800 a day between him, a translator, rental car, food, all that stuff. And we have other plans this year, not just covering elections, but there's still a union wave going on in this country. There's still workers going on strike in this country. There are tenants unions popping up in this country, mutual aid organizations popping up in this country. As we're going to show you our previous reporting, there's still exploding homelessness in this country. I would argue we're one of the only independent outlets that actually goes out there and interviews people that are unhoused. I could go down the list. So many other things we want to cover.
Legislation in the states and locally that no one covers, such as when we went down to cover the Don't Say Gay bill, when no one was talking to the people at the ground. And there's a quote from Chuck Modi yesterday after he came on with us for a little bit, and it said, "Stop saying be a voice for the voiceless a few years ago. People aren't voiceless, only unheard, nor does the unheard need translators. Ultimately, the purest form of journalism is to amplify the unheard." And that's what we're trying to do, is amplify the unheard, give them the microphone, is what, I was told when I started here. It's what I've always heard from Status Coup. And that's important, because if we're not hearing from people on the ground that are going through what they're going through, the things that mainstream media aren't going to cover, then those stories aren't going to get out, because there's only a few people out there like us and Chuck Modi and a handful of others that are even doing this kind of reporting now. But it does cost. And we, of course, we're out supporting labor unions. We're out supporting, we're out giving the microphone to people that are fighting for a living wage. So we also want to make sure that when our reporters on the ground, that they're taken care of, as well, as far as, treated right as workers. And that's why we ask for donations for us to make sure that, people have transportation, a place to stay, food, and pay when they're on the ground, because it's important to treat people right. And in order to to do that, we have to fundraise. And that way we can get those stories out there, and we can get there quickly, because it's more expensive to book a flight or a rental car right when something is happening than it is to book it 3 months in advance. But we never know what's going on until it's happening that week. So that's just something to keep in mind. And the donations helps us to be able to do that, to be able to send someone out last minute if necessary and cover something like a Medicare for All March, or cover something like a union drive that may be cropping up, a week in advance. We may know, maybe not even.
Right. And shout out, Kirsty just got us started, $10 donation. So yeah, the link to donate is in the description of this video. It's at the top of the super chat. To the Veronica, who just donated in the super chat, thank you. I will kindly ask, whether YouTube likes it or not, today, if you're going to donate, don't do it through super chat. Do it directly through the website, because in addition to screwing us 7 ways to Sunday, YouTube takes 30% of the super chats. So if you donate straight to our website, other than I think it's like a 2% processing fee, we get all of your donations rather than YouTube getting it. So statuscoup.com/donate. We will give you shout outs as we go if you donate through the website. And yeah, what you see is what you get. Unlike some other outlets, we ask you for money and you see what it's going to right away. And that's the on-the-ground reporting. And I'll also add, beyond the on-the-ground reporting, we've expanded, other than my ugly face, between Zaina, Tina, Ron, Kim Brown, Ty, Steve Grumbine, Louis DeAngelis, people on the ground, people hosting shows. Zaina and I were just talking about possibly expanding between more than just our 5 o'clock live stream every day. So we got to pay people. Colin, obviously, behind the scenes. So support us, not just for the on-the-ground reporting, but for the whole kit and caboodle that is Status Coup. And before we have our first guest, we really want to show you, a lot of you Status Coup OGers have watched some of these clips we're about to show you, but we still have some new folks that have trickled in over the last couple weeks and months. We want to show you exactly what it is we want to do more of. And we're going to show you some clips, we'll react to them after, but this is a mix of our reporting on the ground from 2022. This is a mix of our reporting on the ground. Specifically, we called it the Economic Hunger Games reporting tour, when I went through 3 states in 8 days. God, we probably covered more in those 8 days on the road of actual workers than CNN and MSNBC have done in a decade. I shit you not. And then we want to show you our work on the ground covering the John Deere strikes, which I think really is a lot more of what we want to do, kind of being on the front lines with the workers, interviewing in those strike tents, interviewing next to those burn barrels to keep warm. I think it's so important to have that on the ground element. So smash the like button, share this live stream, buckle up. We're going till about 3 o'clock Eastern. We're going to try to get John Farina on live as well from Memphis, because protests are happening this afternoon. But let's start by showing you some of what we've done recently.
Congratulations for always being somewhere where mainstream media is not.
Jordan Sheridan live, Status Coup in Ottumwa, Iowa, in front of Winter Park High School, Buffalo, New York. Here in Louisville, Kentucky. Here in Flint, Michigan. This was fire. This was absolute fire.
I don't know if Manchin is delusional or if he thinks we're that stupid.
They ran the water for 10 minutes. And they told her, oh, the water's fine. But meanwhile, the baby's got blisters everywhere.
When I turn my water on now, you can smell it.
I cry every day because my baby's skin break out. And I feel like that's just not right. They shouldn't have to go through this.
I smell the water as of 6 months ago. It smells like shit. But they say it's safe. They say it's clean.
You intentionally went to her house illegally to serve that illegal warrant. You intentionally murdered her, period.
Since the pandemic, you've been having people getting kicked out of their houses, coming to the park, living under the bridge, and I've been one of them.
We had a pension that was about a third of our predecessors. We had no post-retirement health care.
But in a lot of ways, corporate media had us believing that we're just lucky to have a job.
Of course, parents should have certain rights when it comes to education, but their rights shouldn't endanger students. They know what they're doing, and they are trying to kill us.
It takes everything I've got to keep my skin and my bones from taking a shower and that shit.
It's been 8 years, man. It's been 8 fucking years. I can't take it. My health has gone to hell, and if I die because of this, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Our lives didn't matter at all, and they still don't.
There's a lot of people that are homeless Amazon workers.
Right. There's, I mean, at last count, there were about over 100 cars. They're here 24/7. And I feel for them. Just, I'm one of them. So, you know.
If back to normal means we're back to being underpaid, it means we're back to being worked like dogs, it means that they're back to harassing homeless people, you can keep your fucking normal.
So they are now the first unionized Amazon in the country. We covered this from day one when none of these media folks were out here. We were here a year ago. Support this on-the-ground reporting. Please support this reporting. Do you see anybody else doing what we're doing? We care enough to show up. Thanks for watching, and make sure to tune in to Status Coup. So that was 2022. I'm hoping in 2023 that mashup will have a lot more people than just me. Because honestly, I got a newborn, 2 back surgeries, and I need a little nap. So we're looking to expand. Louis DeAngelis obviously has been on the ground for us recently. Zaina, we have plans for her to go out and cover things. She's in Kentucky, so there's plenty going on there. And surrounding areas. Obviously, Tina has been on the ground getting attacked by certain right-wing protesters. And she's like a goddamn bull. She just gets up again and keeps going to these protests. She just told me she's going to another protest today. And whoever I'm forgetting. So definitely.
Those people that were interviewed in this clip had more to say about what was going on in this country and what we need for change than any damn politician I've heard in the last 10 years. That's why it's so important to take the microphone to the ground to the people that are experiencing these things, because it's their voice that's going to make the change, you know, ultimately at the end of the day. And if their voices aren't heard, then they go unheard. And that's what sticks out to me in the video are the stories that people have shared with us and the way that pushing has helped move legislation. I remember you went to West Virginia, for instance, to a complex where folks didn't have, where there was black mold and the walls were falling apart, and put pressure on the landlord to get that fixed for those individuals. John Farina recently covered an apartment building in New York that didn't have heat through the holidays, no gas. No one is sharing.
And arsenic in the water.
Yep. Yep. And so going and hearing directly from those people impacted sometimes is the only way to get that immediate change for them to get help. Otherwise, they're shit out of luck.
Yep, absolutely. And I also think what's always kind of captivated me about being on the road, other than just obviously it's nice to have a line of work where you got something different all the time, is it's always just been really striking to me how much more intelligent, articulate, 99.9% of the people I've interviewed are on the road. Just normal working class, poor people, working class people doing work with their hands, you know, taking a shower after work kind of people. You name it. I mean, white, black, old, young, it doesn't matter. I mean, everyday people are so much more intelligent and offer so much more profound and informative information, and just kind of give you a lens of what's really happening rather than any blow schmo pundit you will see on the Sunday shows this morning, on CNN, on election coverage. I mean, I when I was at the Young Turks, but even in 2020, it was always striking to me. I didn't really do anything like unusual or revolutionary. What I did was I didn't travel with the campaigns for the most part. I traveled independently of the campaigns so that I could get to the rallies about an hour to 2 hours early and get into the crowd and interview people. And I stayed after interviewing people, because how else are you going to get the pulse of the country, really the pulse of the country? And I would be out in the crowd, Zaina, in the crowd interviewing people, and all the corporate reporters were on the press stage, like on their phones, tweeting. They weren't actually interviewing anyone. The only like real interaction they have are those like focus groups CNN does that are very scripted. So yeah.
Yeah, the staged ones. Oh
Yeah.
man, those are the worst.
So yeah, I mean, it's always been illuminating, and particularly to I guess drop the veil a little bit. When I was at the Young Turks, I would occasionally get into a friendly argument, I'd say, with my old boss Jank, because it was expensive to keep sending me out there, and at times they didn't want to. And I said, well, you keep saying you want an investigative network. Do you think that sources fax you the documents if they've never met you? No, you got to go on the ground. That's where you uncover corruption. That's where you find out where the bodies are buried. Sometimes literally, but figuratively. That's where you build the sources to inform you about the corruption in local communities. I just talked to Lewis yesterday, and I said, obviously, we want to cover the border differently than Fox or MSNBC, but going there, it's the only way you're really going to uncover the corruption in terms of the political level. In places like El Paso, the backroom deals. The only way you uncover that is being on the ground, meeting those activists that have been fighting the fight for 10, 20 years, new activists. So your funding is not only going towards the actual product on screen, it's also going to the investigations, the stories we've broken on Flint, the stories we just broke on Cop City, Tina just broke. Status Coup was the only outlet out at that warehouse a year before they won. I was out there in the cold. I was out there in the hot. Not because I'm so great, but because I was like, hey, there's workers here like organizing against the second largest company on earth, and I think they have a shot. And at times it did not look like they were going to win, but we were out there interviewing them, breaking stories, even on our lowly Substack. And I'm not saying we had anything to do with them winning, but I'm damn proud that we were out there when they won. And I'll tell you what, Zaina, we've talked about this. Story after story, I go on the road. I asked them, the workers that are striking, the workers that are organizing union drives, the workers that are organizing mutual aid, just people I meet that are suffering economically. I asked them, has your local news reached out to you for interviews? Has any independent outlet that's marginally progressive reached out? Not only do they tell me nobody's reached out, but they tell me when they reach out to certain outlets, they're either ignored or told why, our boss doesn't want us to interview you. So there really is a media blackout. When I have the tagline, we cover what the corporate media covers up, we're not being cute. Like the corporate media literally covers up a lot of stories, and I am right.
They have to bury it for their sponsors, or for, if there's Starbucks workers that are out there striking, and Starbucks is one of the companies that buys ad through Sinclair, let's say Sinclair Broadcast isn't going to go cover it. One, because they never cover union strikes. I mean, hell, look on MSN. Nobody is talking about what's happening in France right now. There's only a few places that we're able to see it. I learned about it through social media, not through mainstream media.
Right.
They're not going to cover things that don't have to do with their bubble until they get so extreme that they can't ignore them anymore because a big story happens. And even in that point, they're not going to bring you the voices of the people impacted. They're going to bring on the CEO of Wells Fargo to talk about how, how homelessness has gone up 20% in 2022, which was a recent story I saw on CNN. The CEO of Wells Fargo is talking about homelessness in 2022 when Wells Fargo was one of the banks that was responsible for taking away people's homes. That's the news you're going to get. So without independent journalism, we're not going to hear those voices and those stories of people impacted, and their stories, they deserve to have their voice heard.
Absolutely. Smash that like button, share this live stream. Let's give some shout outs before bringing on the legendary Francis Fisher. Thank you to the donors. Stephen Lewis, $50. Holy cow. Ed, $10. Alex, $20. Jean Pierre, $20. Ellen, $10. And Keith, $10. So we have already raised, I believe, $200. And we are at $6,330 raised. of the $20,000 goal. So we're inching, we're getting there. Still got a couple hours to go. So thank you to all you folks who donated. And hey, honestly, folks, even if you could only donate $2, $3, hey, it helps. It matters. So don't be shy. Even if you don't have much, you could donate any amount. And if you can't donate, that's fine too. We totally get it. But if you can, statuscoup.com/donate, and we'll keep shouting you out. I want to bring on somebody that I met in the Great Plains of North Dakota, and I think does terrific work and is now doing a film on Standing Rock. How are you doing, Frances Fisher?
Jordan, hello. God, it's been years.
It has. I still dream of you.
Man.
Tell us, you're now in a film about Standing Rock. You've also been on The Sinner, which is a really popular show on Netflix and elsewhere. And what else have you been working on?
I just got back from Newfoundland, and I was doing a movie up there. And I'm back, and I'm just kind of resting and doing everything else, that you do when you're not working as an actor. Yeah, let's see. The Sinner is on Netflix now. The Sinner season 4, and yeah, the movie that I did, the first narrative about Standing Rock, it's our friend Josh Tickell, who was at Standing Rock when we were there.
Yeah.
And so it's a narrative that he co-wrote with William Mapother. And it's just, one story of many stories. Hopefully it will trigger people to want to make their own narratives about what was going on at Standing Rock, and learning that, he goes in as a journalist, William does, to tell a story about the pipeline and how good this oil company is to be giving jobs to people. And when he gets there, he learns from the indigenous people who are there how bad it is. It completely shifts his perspective of what's really going on. Because as you guys were saying before, there was no news coverage of that. A little bit when Shailene got arrested. But other than that, you and Unicorn Riot were the only ones on the ground.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's show a trailer, because I watched, before I fell asleep last night, I watched an hour, so I got 20 minutes left. But let's show a little bit of the film on Sacred Ground.
I'm really glad you're here, Dan.
The media is all over this Native American protest up there, and we need a no BS profile on that pipeline.
Who do you work for? Big oil?
I'm a journalist. My job is to help you tell the best story you can.
And what story's that?
Whatever you write, whatever you see.
Promise me he'll come back.
You're with me, aren't you, Dan? Welcome to the circus. Sure you're up for this?
That'll move 500,000 gallons a day.
Are you here to redeem yourself or make money for somebody else?
You have a responsibility to tell the truth about what's going on here.
You've had some trouble with some of the workers and some of the Native women. You should do some research. Transporting oil is risky. The question is, how do you minimize the risk?
What did you mean the land is protected by the U.S. Constitution?
Everything you see there legally belongs to the Sioux Nation.
I was hired to find out what's going on.
No, you were hired by us.
Is he a liability?
Yeah, he's the problem.
It was important, Julie. I couldn't just ignore it.
Why? I'm your wife!
We have enough oil to last a century. But it's useless if we can't move it.
We can't have him turning the tables on us. Strong warriors never stand down, even in the face of defeat.
You moved a pipeline right to the mouth of the reservation at their only water source. Just let me explain.
Who wrote this article?
We destroyed their past, but you're destroying their future.
America doesn't run on fairy dust.
That's true.
My only grievance is there was not enough of you in this film. I know you were filming some other stuff at the same time, but I wanted to ask you. I think it's very interesting that they took the angle through a journalist lens, because honestly, there were more documentary filmmakers at Standing Rock than actual, not that they don't do journalism, but than traditional journalists. What do you think that was? I thought that was really effective because he was kind of having these light bulb moments throughout the film that, the corporate narrative that he is often a part of is total BS.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we were saying, nobody was there on the ground except the independent journalists like you, and they're documentary filmmakers. But it's something that because of the overlords who are funding all of these big news companies, they don't want that information out there, how bad it is, So I thought it was effective too to make him a journalist who was, reporting for the other side, so to speak. I know. You saw Marielle Hemingway's beautiful face in that. Josh had written that role for me because he wanted somebody who was a positive force there, training people to, come into onto Oceti and be peaceful and not be violent in any way. So everyone got training when they got there. But I was working on I had another job, so I couldn't do it. And Josh says, I want you in this film. I said, well, what else is there? He goes, well, there's the person on the other side who's the, head of the news company. I said, oh, okay, I'll do it. I'm used to playing bad guys. You got to give them the air and the breathing space too, to show the contrast. So, right. Yeah.
And what made you? Because honestly, in my coverage, there's a handful of the same kind of Hollywood actresses, actors that are involved with these kind of protests. Obviously, Susan Sarandon, Jane Fonda has been legendary with her activism. You, Standing Rock, and other things. Richard Cromwell was out at Standing Rock. But
James
for you,
Cromwell.
James Cromwell.
Yeah.
Kind of for you, what drew you to it? Because, it wasn't your first rodeo.
It was just it was kismet, actually. I had a job in Birmingham, Alabama, and then I had to go up to Canada to do another job, and I had a couple of weeks. And I thought, I've been hearing about this. I didn't hear about it on the mainstream news. I don't know how I heard about Standing Rock, to tell you the truth. Maybe it was Shailene's, when it hit the press for like a couple of days. And I thought, well, I'm already on the East Coast. Let me, get up there and spend a few weeks before I have to go to Canada. And so I did. I didn't know anybody who was there. And I just thought, well, I'll just go. Went to that hotel and met people. And I got to tell you, the feeling of going there was quite extraordinary. I felt welcome. I was like just another person showing up there, and got to know the people who were there and what they were fighting for. None of this was anything that was covered in the mainstream media. So I learned it all when I was on the ground.
Yeah. And what are your thoughts since then? Because obviously there hasn't been another, mega environmental protest with, 10,000 people in one space since then. But, there's been escalation, certainly of the same tactics we saw against Line 3 in Minnesota. You had like the Department of Homeland Security copters over indigenous protesters and their allies. Right now in Cop City in Atlanta, you have protesters being killed and charged with domestic terrorism. And shockingly, I don't hear much about it either from the media, or if I do hear about it from the media, it's from the police perspective. And honestly, I don't hear a lot from Hollywood either.
I think everybody's so tired. There's so much going on. Every day it seems that there's some new crisis happening, It's really sad. what I realized that, you know, with everything that happened in Cop City, that they were practicing on us, weren't they? At Standing Rock, the militarized police, and all of a sudden, you know, all these other forces from different states were coming there to practice the water cannons and the, you know, all of the armaments that they have that they're using now. It was like a testing ground.
Yeah. And in terms of President Biden, obviously you were a Bernie gal, but he spoke a lot of words, you know, about climate justice and we're going to stop drilling on public lands and all this mumbo jumbo. When President Manchin and Vice President Sinema, you know, put up a fight, he watered down the climate bill to some tax credits. You know, I know don't have a ton of time right now for, you know, political activism, but what are your thoughts on Biden? Because I see California on fire constantly, where Zaina is in Kentucky, a serious flooding.
Mountain Valley Pipeline
Yep.
that there have been protests on that just 2 weeks ago, Joe Manchin pushed to pass the Mountain Valley Pipeline and Biden signed the executive order. So we've been able to fight that for almost a decade. And now the Mountain Valley Pipeline is going to go all the way through Appalachia and it's poisonous.
Yeah.
It's very disconcerting when someone makes a promise to do something and they don't do it. And in fact, that they turn around and do the opposite. It's very frustrating. So I'm looking for somebody else to vote for in 2024.
There's a lot of discussion right now on progressive circles about Marianne Williamson, about just somebody to challenge Biden. What are your thoughts on, obviously, you're not, you know, you have eyes. Obviously, the progressive movement is a little flat right now. It could use a jolt. What are your thoughts on 2024?
Well, you know, it sounds as if if he runs, none of the other crew is going to challenge him. And I've heard Marianne Williamson speak, and she says, you know, democracy is about giving people options, and that it's important to primary him, just to hold him accountable. And she's got a lot of good ideas, and she's one of us, you know. She's a progressive, and that's what we need in this country. I don't think that we can stay with the corporate politicians anymore, because they're just, you know, they're two sides of the same coin as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
The Democrats and the Republicans, you know, they've got it all sewn up and they don't want anybody else challenging. And the fact that she's considering doing that, I think, is very courageous.
Absolutely. And lastly, if you need any film ideas, I do know an independent outlet with really renegade, rabble-rousing journalists that are, I mean, hidden. YouTube hides them. The corporate media hides them. They do a lot of great work. I could certainly suggest some castings for me, Jake Gyllenhaal. So, you know, if you need any ideas.
You're on the radar, babe. You know what was great about seeing the film, because Josh used some of Myron Dewey's footage, who was, you know, Myron. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have those extraordinary shots of the pipeline, the black snake.
Yeah.
You know, and God rest his soul.
Myron was one of the drone operators at Standing Rock, who every day was flying that drone so we could see how close it was to completion.
Yeah. Yeah. Something that nobody would have known about, you know, because he got the aerial shots. What's that? Okay. And any noise, I go, let me get inside. Okay. Yeah. God bless him.
Absolutely.
And amazing footage. There was not a lot of drone footage back then. So being able to actually see it from the drone perspective, I remember how that just blew up and went viral, even though the media wasn't talking about it. It went viral on social media. So regular everyday people got to see it because of that footage and what the situations that he put himself into to just be able to go out there and shoot that, put a lot of personal risk on the line to be able to bring that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I'll also say, I'd love your thoughts. You know, there's obviously an understandable concern in this country on growing fascism, particularly from the right. But I felt when I was at Standing Rock, I felt I must be in the twilight zone because this seems like a fascist America where the police that we pay for were basically brutalizing, I mean, indigenous people banging on drums and allies who were peaceful on behalf of a private oil company with federal government help. I mean, the federal government was coordinating with private contractors, and it felt to me like it might not be, you know, the 1930s form of fascism, but it certainly felt like corporate fascism to me. And I feel like particularly more liberal people might not recognize that there already has been fascism in this country at the behest of corporate America.
Amen to that. Sorry, I'm just watching my neighbors, making sure everything's okay. Yeah, it's on the rise, and we saw it there. Because it was so hard to get the news out to anyone. If you weren't there and saw it for yourself, it was really hard to understand, you know? And also learning, I'm sorry, I've been working and I didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
It's okay.
You know, the things that I learned when I was there, like the man camps. What's a man camp? Well, you know, when they build pipelines, they bring a lot of guys in, and they're over there, and they're living there. And then I learned about MMIW, missing and murdered indigenous women. It's a whole thing that nobody knows about, except if you're an activist or you have a relative who goes and does the research themselves. This is something that nobody knows about.
Absolutely. Can you tell people where they could see this film? I know it's being screened across the country in different cities.
Oh God, I didn't.
Hold on, I'll bail you out here on Sacred Ground.
Yeah, you can look it up.
Yeah, it's being. I'll put it in the description, but it's being premiered across the country in various cities, and you could go to onsacredgroundmovie.com. I'll put it there in the super chat for people to click on.
And Jordan, I had a really quick question for Francis, just a quick one.
Sure.
When it comes to movies like Blackwater, Aaron Brockovich back in the day, you know, that was a good one. The film about Standing Rock that you just did, how do you feel that art can help to bring the message of struggling communities and the message of what's going on out there to the people? And do you think that I've seen less of that, less of the, you know, groundbreaking, almost true story types of films telling the stories of the people? Do you feel like that's sort of going by the wayside? And do you feel like these types of films can have an impact, and why?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, everybody, especially during the lockdown, right? So many people were just, you know, in front of their television sets, watching. Somebody said that they ran out of everything on Netflix. I thought, really? Because they were watching so much. But the whole point of using the medium of film and television to tell a story, I think, is very, very powerful, especially when you have people who are recognizable, so that brings attention to the film. I don't know if it's going by the wayside. think that it's challenging to raise money to make a film, you know. But there's a show about missing and murdered Indigenous women that is on. I think it's ABC. I'm sorry, I'm just not clicking on all cylinders now. I'm still waking up.
It's okay. It sounds like the Tiger Swan choppers are over you as well.
Oh my God! I tell you, every time I hear a helicopter, it's like, oh God. Yeah,
I hear you.
It's Murder in Bighorn with Hilary Swank is what I believe he's talking about. Murder in Bighorn with Hilary Swank, the new show.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Hillary.
And
yes.
You know what? One more question while I have you, because I think Biden's gotten a pass on this. Obviously, people at Standing Rock, particularly Indigenous people, know the name Leonard Peltier. He is the longest serving political prisoner in America. He's an Indigenous man. I think he's pushing 80 at this point, who has been in prison since the 1970s for a crime that there's no evidence he committed. The FBI, the prosecutor who prosecuted him for allegedly shooting and killing 2 FBI agents, had said he should be released from prison. Now you have 6 or 7 senators, including Bernie Sanders, who have told President Biden to grant him clemency. He's older. He's had health problems. Biden, to my knowledge, hasn't said a word on it.
Not a word. It's like he completely ignores it. It's like, how hard would it be to let Leonard Peltier go home to his family and meet his grandchildren and great grandchildren? It's just shameful. That's why I can't even imagine him staying in office past his due date, to tell you the truth. I really want to see someone who is a progressive, who has the courage to speak truth to, I don't even want to say power. You know that phrase, speaking truth to power? There's got to be another word, because it's the corruption that we speak truth to.
Yeah.
The power is in us, the truth tellers.
I like that.
Thank you, Frances Fisher. Wonderful activist, even better actress, and a great person. Thank you for joining us. Let's keep in touch.
Okay. Good talking with you.
Bye-bye. From one great Hollywood actress.
Actually, interesting enough, Frances and I were on the same side when we had union arguments a few years back now.
Oh.
Unfortunately, we didn't prevail. The more sort of GOP liberal side of the union prevailed. We have terrible membership at this point, or leadership at this point.
For those that don't know, Tina Desiree Berg, in addition to being a terrific journalist, a Nazi hunter, she also, well, you could tell it. You have a history as an actress.
I do. Don't normally talk about this, though. So, interestingly enough, my first journalism job was in the 90s. Also, at the same time, I booked a role on The Bold and the Beautiful, which was like a soap opera, still around, I believe, actually. But then I was more
of a General Hospital gal, but right. Yeah.
But it's LA, right? So these things can go hand in hand. Anyway, I went on to do a bunch of B movies and whatnot, but was never, journalism has always been my first love. Let's just put it that way.
Gotcha. Before we get to you, Tina, I just want to give shout outs here because we're getting more donations. Thank you to everybody for chipping in. We are now at $6,340 raised.
That's great.
And let me read the comments. Where are they, Colin, that I could read the comments?
On the right side, you can click on people, and then you should have notifications from me.
Okay. $25. Gueladio. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Kirsty, $10. Thank you for everything you guys do. It's important work that is needed. Thank you. $10 from Ellen. Thank you. $20. John, appreciate your work. And so stoked to hear the network is trying to expand. Yes. $20, Alex. Seattle PD news tip: officer on way to a call hit and fatally injured a pedestrian and continued on to call. Hey, no suspension, no charges yet. Got one paid day off after incident. Does qualified immunity reveal cover negligent vehicular manslaughter? We'll get to that actually in a minute because I want to talk about qualified immunity. $10 from Ed. Thank you. $50, Stephen. I'm a trade unionist and socialist from Ireland. All right. And really wish I could give more, but can't right now. I have followed Jordan's career since TYT, and Status Coup is my go-to channel for left news from the U.S. It's Status Coup's in the field work that I truly admire. Keep up the great work. Why, thank you. I've been pushing my wife before we had a newborn to go to Ireland, but she says I already drink too much. So $10 from Tony. Keep up the good work, guys. Roger, $2 tip. The DNC fraud lawsuit made it very clear that when it comes to presidential Democratic primaries, former DNC chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz admitted under oath the superdelegates don't have to go with who the voters want. They pick who they want to be the nominee.
Actually, you know who picks who they want is whoever the chair is. Tom Perez, whoever. They use them as what they call surrogate votes, right?
So you don't get to be the nominee without having to do the corporate compromise. We have to start registering people in mass as indies to push. Yeah. Roger, again, $2.
Roger was also on the ground the other day at an AOC rally. And I shared it. This is Roger Meadows, right? I'm just guessing it's Roger Meadows. Okay. And Roger was signing people up to sign up as independent voters in New York. And I just thought that was really cool action. I wanted to give a shout out for that. Cool work, Roger.
Awesome. And one more. Hold on. Roger, U.S. passed 50% threshold in every state in the country to where there will be so many of us. We will outnumber, overwhelm, and outloud all the other parties taking over redistricting commissions, board of elections, state secretary of states, virtually abolishing the party system, making politicians free from a party line, get every state in the country to become a citizen ballot initiative state where.
Why do we need political parties? It's a question we should ask ourselves.
Yes. Why do we need Tina Desiree Berg is a better question. Tina, since this is Tina, since this is a fundraising show, let's give the behind the scenes. You used to work in local media there.
I did. Wait, okay, so funny enough, Henry, I'm laughing at this. Henry, you must be my age, Henry, knows that I used to work for this publication. It was called, owned by Cine Fantastique, Femme Fatale. It was one of the biggest print film publications in the 90s. We had actual print, right? This is before we had the internet, obviously, just to clarify that. But I had been in the magazine as an actress, and I approached the editor. I'm like, what I really want to do is some journalism for you guys. Are you interested? And he said yes. So one of my first assignments was to go interview Roger Corman, who I already knew. I don't know, Henry, if you saw that, but that to this day, that remains one of my favorite interviews, to be frank. I'm assuming people know who Roger Corman is. Maybe I shouldn't. Do people?
I'm going to pretend I do.
Jordan, you used to write for The Wrap. Come on, you know who Roger Corman is. Roger Corman is like the inventor of B movies, more or less. His old films used to have, like, you name the A-list star, Jack Nicholson, all in his movies in the 60s. But he was giving a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Academy a few years back.
Oh, I've heard.
Anyway, that was a lot of fun.
So no, why I asked is because you and I, and Zaina too has a little experience in this end. We've been in the belly of both beasts. We've been in the local media where they pretty much keep you on a rotation of if it bleeds, it leads. Or what I was doing, which was even worse in my opinion, is they would send me out to do broadcasting from advertisers, like so San Dimas, Waterworks, whatever. Like you would go out there and you would do a whole morning piece on fun for the family, blah, 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 blah kind of stuff. So it wasn't really news reporting, but it was placating the advertisers that support, the channel. So, and of course, I guess it would be fine if they disclose that, but they never do. It's soft advertising, in my opinion. Well, in the book I'm writing on Flint, which an agent just told me, I think you're a great reporter, but I don't think this is commercially viable, i.e. nobody cares about Flint. I have a story in there about I have a story in there about a local news outlet in Flint killing the story on the deadly Legionella outbreak that was killing people in the water, in part because of an advertiser. So stay tuned for that. But Tina, I wanted to ask you, because I mean, even before Status Coup, you were out there in LA. There's always protests. There's always corruption. And at Status Coup, you really, I think, developed into probably the top journalist that doesn't get the recognition she deserves, following extremism, the growing fascist trends in this country, these 4chan, 8chan, Oath Keepers, Proud Boys.
Telegram. I think.
Telegram. Can you kind of talk about what people don't see behind the scenes of all the work that goes into that?
Yeah, sure. So oftentimes, I'm in all these chat rooms and I read, I get up in the morning, I'm having my coffee, I go through what's being said. I don't really want to disclose beyond that because I don't want to start getting kicked out of these. I have a persona in there that's well developed, let's just put it that way. I don't communicate with people because that would be honeypotting and unethical in my opinion. I do have ethics. But having said that, you monitor these things, and I've seen so many things in these chat rooms that I can't report on because in order to actually take something to press, you have to be able to substantiate it further, right? So how do you do that if you don't reach out to them for comment? How do you do that if you don't have another third-party viable backup source? So a lot of the stuff I see, I just don't. I talk to you about, but again, you can't really go beyond that, otherwise there might be some issues. So, but there's some scary stuff going on out there, I guess is what I'm getting at. I see things that scare the shit out of me, to be frank. As much extremism that does get reported, the stuff that doesn't get reported, some of it is even scarier. And I guess what I'm worried about is that there's just reactionary politics that are now becoming attached to this. And I think what's going on in Cop City is a prime example of that. You have politicians that have chosen not to listen to their voters, right? So you have voters that basically call you up and say, I'm not okay with this. They start petition drives and they get people to sign the petition. They go door-to-door canvassing. They show up at public comment things. They call in on the Zoom thing. And then the politicians disable the chat so you can't say what you think, right? I mean, one of the Zoom sessions I saw, there were people literally writing down their comments and holding them up like this because they had disabled the chat. And none of the comments were supportive. So point being is if that goes on long enough, eventually your constituency is going to become very reactionary to you. Right. So I see that that's just one example, but I see that happen across the United States, and it's worrisome because it's destabilizing, obviously. It's understandable why people are angry. Of course they're angry. They should be angry. You vote people into office, they're supposed to respond to you, and instead they're responding to the corporations. Right. Now we're going into the area of a police state, in my opinion. So if you permit me for a second to talk about, I've been looking deeper at these arrest warrants, and there's a few things that we didn't quite get to. Is it possible just to tee it up? Because I wanted to show part of your interview. Okay. I wanted to show part of your interview with one of the protesters at Cop City who was arrested, charged with domestic terrorism. We've done everything to protect their identity. Let's play part of it, because as far as I know, other than Teen People, we're the only ones that interviewed. Teen Vogue, yeah. Teen Vogue interviewed this person.
So let's show this. Tina and Colin were just recently down at Cop City, which is the protests against this $90 million police commando compound. Let's show some of it.
Yeah, that's exactly
I heard the gunshots early on, just a couple minutes after I woke up. And I assumed there had been some people passing through the night before that I didn't really know very well. And it seemed like some people in the chat thought it might have been them. And I just assumed it was these people I didn't know because I didn't want to assume that it was somebody I knew. And I had no knowledge of anybody in the force even having a weapon. And certainly that no one had discussed with me any intent of violence. The entire point of this protest is that we are just sitting in public space and sitting in trees, and we are not on the offensive. We are on the defensive. We're defending a forest from being clear cut to build a offensive and frankly offensive military facility that is going to be used for violence against them. And as far as I knew, no one had any arms in the forest at all. all I knew at the time of my arrest, well, at the time of my kidnapping, was that I had heard gunshots in the distance. I didn't know that there was an officer shot. I didn't know that my friend had been killed. And the officers had not asked me about any of that situation. They did not tell me that I was involved with that. They were essentially silent throughout my search and kidnapping. Now, they're trying to get the felony charge. They're trying to say that we were in cahoots with Tort and we all planned this shooting of this police officer. That they were trying to get us on an aggravated assault. I did not know anything about that. None of us knew anything about that. And it seems like Tort didn't even have a gun. So this whole thing is completely shady as hell.
And for the behind the scenes.
Yeah, I feel like I want to explain some of that stuff too.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you were about to leave, and somebody got in touch with us that this person wanted to speak with the media, so we changed your flight and spent extra money, which happens sometimes where you're about to leave and you're like, shit, I didn't get everything I wanted, and then something falls in your lap.
Yeah, that's about right. So that ended up being just like crazy day where I got 3 hours of sleep, but well worth the 3 hours of sleep. So a couple of things here. This particular individual, they're trying to charge with domestic terrorism. There's a 2017 Georgia state law. So this is not a federal charge. Let's be clear on this. This is a Georgia state law. Georgia passed a 2017 domestic terrorism law after the North Carolina shooting at the church. And it was supposed to be a response to the hate crime, right? Saying this is how we're going to prevent hate crime. But it was so broadly worded that many organizations from the ACLU down were complaining about this, saying this is a bad idea. It's going to be used to stop protests. It's going to be used to stop political dissent. And it turns out that that is the correct thing that's happening. They've never once used this this law against anybody doing hate crime. So, but now the reason the felony is so important here is part of the law does require that a felony was committed. Thus far, the only charges that I think they can stick with these protesters is criminal trespassing, and that's a misdemeanor charge. That is a misdemeanor. It's not a felony, so the domestic terrorism won't stick, in my opinion. So why they have to go for this aggravated assault thing is because that's the only way they can pull a felony out of any of these folks that were basically camping in public space. Camping in public space, civil disobedience that I think is perfectly acceptable given the circumstances of the politicians not listening to what they're saying, right? So nothing more American than that, in my opinion. All right, so let's get into the aggravated assault. So if they can make the claim that everybody knew there was a weapon in the forest, they had all plotted together to kill this officer, then maybe they can make that stick. But none of that's true. This is a decentralized movement. It's completely decentralized. If you look at the arrest records at the top of each a warrant, at the top of each one, there's this paragraph that SA is a GBI, not a federal agent. Again, this is Georgia State Bureau of Georgia Bureau of Investigation. But at the top, you'll say there's a reference that says basically DHS has categorized this group of protesters as domestic terrorists. This is a totally false claim. DHS doesn't engage in that. They don't ever categorize any group as domestic terrorism. So this claim that he's making is entirely false. Now, it might be the case that DHS does view these individuals as domestic terrorists. Who knows? That wouldn't surprise me either. But to state that they've been, the federal government has named this particular group as domestic terrorists is just a false claim. But that's what's at the top of each one of these warrants. Then as he gets into the case, you'll see a series of things that he is trying to attach to this group, from arson in other states, Molotov cocktails, like a whole host of things that he lists. But again, all of those things that happened were not done by these individuals. Not a single one of the 19 that have been charged with domestic terrorism engaged in any of those activities. So I don't see how they can absolutely 100% establish any sort of connection here. It's absolutely absurd. And I know for a fact one of the individuals they did arrest Saturday night did nothing more than march with a banner. That is a protected First Amendment activity. It's insane.
By the way, even if they did burn shit down,
yeah,
say what you want. Say what you want. That's not domestic terrorism.
No, it's not.
There are criminal laws and specific offenses for property damage or arson. Right. Suddenly, it's domestic terrorism. I mean, this is beyond this goes back to what we were talking to with Francis Fisher. I mean, I don't know how to read this other than criminalizing protests.
It's insane. It's criminalizing your First Amendment rights, and this should make everybody in this country furious. If you're not furious yet, get furious. The only tenuously close allegation that I can see possible is rock throwing. There's 3 allegations of rock throwing. Again, though, that does not qualify.
Not domestic terrorism.
No, it's absolutely not. We have the word domestic terrorism for a reason. Dylan Roof is a domestic terrorist, okay? That's really fucking clear. Pardon my French.
Tina, in June of last year, and I did an article on it, Biden loosened those.
Yes, he did.
tools.
The DV, yeah.
Yeah, the DV, and with the language of loosening those rules, it was basically anything that can be seen as anti-American or causing, dissent.
What he added is a category of anarchy. Anarchists has been added. They were not there before. And one of it's really, again, it's broad language. One of the things he lists there is anyone that anarchists that criticize capitalism. I think this is
right.
I think this is dangerous too, and I've called that out when he did that. I think it's wrong as well. But the Georgia state law is even more broadly worded. It's absolutely patently absurd. So the intent that you can use this law to basically say anybody that has the audacity to criticize the government, that's crazy, and really it's entirely un-American. I mean, were the folks that were dumping giant bales of tea over the edge of that boat way back when, were they domestic terrorists? I mean, the British government might say yes, they were, but that is how this country came to be, right? We have a long-standing, belief that having civil disobedience in certain circumstances is completely acceptable. And I just think this is political dissent. There's a reason for it. And if they want to do something about the civil unrest in Atlanta, then they better address what's going on with Cop City. And that means stopping what they're doing 100%. Like, don't carry on doing this. Nobody wants it. I mean, I even talked to 70-year-olds that were like, we don't want Cop City. We couldn't find a single person when we were there. Like, most people didn't want to talk on camera, but I don't think Colin and I talked to a single individual that was like, yes, let's build Cop City. Great, let's do it. Not one.
Well, can I also ask you, because obviously the main focus right now in terms of race is what happened with Tyree Nichols, which...
Horrifying.
Let's just be honest, nothing's going to change. But this is a racist story too. I mean, they are building Cop City on top of a neighborhood that's 75% black. And there has also been environmental poisoning that has gone on in this surrounding forest where they're building this Cop City. And you had interviewed somebody, Matthew, I forget his last name, who revealed that in the past, the EPA mandated that Georgia clean up the water that was poisoned with arsenic.
Right.
Only in the white
lead
area.
And arsenic. Yeah, lead and arsenic. Only in the white areas. That's true. So where this forest is located is in the south. So all the adjacent neighborhoods are mainly 80-90% black. So that's true. So there's definitely a part of the conversation that has to do with environmental racism. They want to expand. There's a gun range that exists there already. You'll hear when you're out there sometimes gun in the distance. And that's because there's already a training facility there. So they're going to expand over that. And this used to be a prison farm as well. So they want to put in 12 gun ranges, which the amount of lead and arsenic and an explosives testing range as well. The amount of toxins that's going to dump into the South River is immense. That's problem one. Problem two is that the South is where the flooding happens. When they had those horrific floods a few years back, that's where all that flooding happened. So the other argument is if you remove the forest, you're removing a giant sponge. And that's just going to make all of this flooding that occurs anyway 10 times worse. And that'll just be made worse by the fact that we're in climate change and each weather event seems to become more extreme. So it would be a disaster environmentally for the southern neighborhoods to have any part of that forest clear cut. And as you saw in my video, they already started they had started clear cutting part of it. Ryan Millsap who is the Black Hell Studios. I'm going to say quote unquote Hollywood executive because he does live in Buckhead County, and which is a very wealthy neighborhood in Atlanta. But obviously there's a lot of crossover with LA Hollywood Film Studios because they all go there because the tax incentives to shoot major Hollywood pictures have been shot on his soundstage, like huge ones. So there's a relationship with the studios there. He actually sold Blackhall Studios to a California LLC that's investing, that wants to expand the studios there. So he was able to retain the land that he has there in Entrenchment Park, Weehilani Park, that was ill-gotten in a land swap deal. I don't know how in the woods you want me to get on this, but so there's two things going on at once. You have the Cobb City thing that's being built, and adjacent to that, you have Ryan Millsap wanting to build studio space there.
Right. Absolutely. Lastly, I wanted to ask you, just as a journalist, because obviously we're trying to raise money. I think the main reason that I do this at Status Coup, I think that the corporate media and how they basically, even the activists you've interviewed said the local media there has basically just been doing press releases for the police.
Yeah.
I think the corporate media is 60% of the reason we have the status quo in America we have. That's why we named it. That's why we named it Status Coup.
Status Coup, yeah.
To have a kind of journalistic coup d'etat. I did not know there was going to be a literally coup attempt in America 2 years later. YouTube,
Right?
just to be clear, we're not calling for that. But I wanted to ask you, I don't think a lot of people realize that if you do not, whether it's us or whomever you choose, if you don't fund the people that are going to go out there and try to show the story, try to give the microphone to activists, to community members.
I agree.
I mean, you're just ushering in the fascism quicker. Tell people why they should support us.
Jordan, let me give you a prime example of what you're talking about right now. So anybody that's been on Twitter the last week since the protests on Saturday night in Atlanta has seen these headlines. We've seen the police chief say it. We've seen Mayor Andre Dickens, who, by the way, is a Democrat. Let's make that clear. This is not just the GOP doing this. It's not entirely 100% Brian Kemp.
I just want to be clear what you're talking about. You're talking about the protests last Saturday night in Cobb City, in Atlanta, where they went crazy that a cop car was lit on fire.
Right. They went crazy. And then what I want to point out is something about language that I think is really important. They were intentionally saying explosives, right? They had explosives. They let off explosives. Like, when you hear the word explosive as a viewer and you do not know what happened that night, you could be thinking to yourself, holy crap, were they walking around with pipe bombs? I don't understand what's happening here. That's scary. Which is their intent. They want to scare people. They want to use this like hyperbolic language to scare people. When in reality it was fireworks. They knew it was fireworks. They could have chosen to say they were throwing fireworks. When we arrested them, they had fireworks on them. That's a different picture than saying explosives. But this is by design, is my point. They want the American public to be afraid of these individuals because they have pipe bombs or some shit, right? So I'm disturbed by that, because when you know the precise language of what happened as a journalist, that is the exact language you should be using. If you know it was fireworks, say fireworks. Straight up.
And I know there's a difference between, incendiary devices was what was used in the language, in the police reports, but I also saw that reported in mainstream media, incendiary devices, or like you said, explosives. Someone even said bombs. And,
but that's because that's what they were saying, right? They were using they knew it was firecrackers, and they weren't even big firecrackers. They were just little, I don't even know what you call them, whatever. There was at no point that I felt scared because there were fireworks. They were used more as a distraction. The other thing they said was that they were throwing them at the police. I never saw that happen. Not once. I guess the thing I'm most disturbed by is the way that they are running away with this domestic terrorism charge, right? So if you go to the corporate media, they're all saying 6 people have been charged with domestic terrorism. Not one of them is questioning whether those charges make sense. One of the guys, I can tell you for a fact, was literally marching with a banner. That is all he was doing. If you are a journalist, you should be looking at that press release from the police department and going, hold on a second. This guy was just marching with a banner. How is that domestic terrorism? That should be the question that you direct at the police chief. He should be held responsible for that. And honestly, if you look at the wording that they were saying, they're making it vague enough, right? They're not saying that the 6 individuals they arrested actually did these things. They are saying they were part of a group that did these things. Ergo, there's some sort of weird guilt by association that's going on. But that's not how the law works. It's not. So, yeah. So why you should donate to Status Coup is because we're not going to do that. And it's important to be on the ground in these situations because it's how you are able to build sources, it's how you talk to people, meet people, build trust. And the only way to really report on these kinds of stories is to have that. You can't do it from the outside.
No. And I'll be honest. I mean, there's times, and we've talked about it, where you call me and then I'm just like, oh God. This is it's very hard because
it is hard.
There is no magic formula unless you completely sell out and start doing clickbaity popcorn bullshit. Listen, if we changed the headline to this live stream and started going on the attack against some big names, we probably have 1,000 live viewers. That is how YouTube's algorithm works. We choose to cover substantive stuff, and we're penalized for that. And the few others that choose to cover more substantive things are penalized for that. But on the other end, when I have found, and Zaina, you're kind of new here, but I have found when we kind of sneak through the cracks and people find our content, for the most part, they love it. Maybe they don't agree with every political opinion when we're not on the road, but the on-the-ground reporting, I am very proud of, not just of what I've done, but what Tina is doing and what Lewis has done for us. And John Farina damn near cracked his ribs on January 6th, covering the January 6th. John was the first journalist, independent, corporate, anybody, live on January 6th. We had 30,000 live viewers. He frankly, nobody knew at that time were real bullets going to start flying, and he stayed there live and then recording stuff for hours. And YouTube thanked us by literally taking it down. And last week demonetized the video that they left up. So this is a lot of, the work we do. It's not about any one of us, but it is very, very, this is not a 9 to 5. If you have families, you have to sacrifice. Trust me, you've been on the road, Tina. I've been on the road where you feel like shit, but you got 15 hours in front of you of interviews and other stuff. Zaina, is both doing on air and behind the scenes marketing. So your donations are really going to people that, to the best of their ability, are trying to show you what's really going on. Of course, we can't cover every single story. I got an inbox and DMs a mile long of people asking us to cover certain things. But, your contributions are going towards covering the Cop City things. And we're not like a one and done type of outfit. I can promise you. Most stories, hell, I'm on year 7 of covering Flint. Tina covers things. We don't just jump in and jump out and never cover it again. Thank you, Tina, for your work. Tell people, I know you're following up on Cop City. What else are you working on?
Well, I pulled out one of the arrest citations from Saturday night. I want to read the language on the arrest citation so folks get a really clear idea of what I'm talking about. It says, engage in activity that led to a large crowd who committed significant damage to windows and police cars. Subjects also used, here we go again, explosives, but then they put a slash and put fireworks because they know they're fireworks. That's all there were. Towards police in an attempt to coerce, intimidate the police and policy and government policy. So again, engage in activity that led to a large crowd who committed significant damage. They're admitting right there that the person they arrested wasn't responsible for any of the significant property damage. All they did was utilize their First Amendment rights, but they're criminalizing that.
I agree. Zaina, you want to jump in before Tina goes?
No, I just want to say that Tina has there were 4 videos. I mean, while Tina was on the ground, we have one that Kim Brown did, one of the first people interviewed after, before it even made national news about what happened to Tortuguita, the forest defender who was killed. She had interviewed someone who was protesting there. Then Tina went live on the ground, which Status Coup's been covering Cop City. When I think there was only one mainstream article about it, we've been covering it, for several months now. But I was impressed by your 4 different interviews. I know you had the one with Kamau, and Sasha, and I can't remember the other person's name. Who
Micah.
Micah, yes, Micah. The folks that were on the ground. There, and then
and also Matthew, we interviewed Matthew, who's one of the forest defenders before we went 2 days before we went to Atlanta.
That's right. That was a great interview. See, we've done so many that I'm even losing track. But yeah, if you just want to tell folks like a little bit about the couple different videos that you've done, so that they can go and check it out.
Well, definitely, check the one that we played a clip from out. This individual was present when Tort was killed in the forest. He walks us through as much as he can of that. Obviously, he's facing serious legal charges, so it's a fine line between being careful about what you say, what you don't say when you're talking to media and you're under charges. I understand that, but I think it's an important conversation to have. Also, I think Matthew's conversation was excellent because Matthew gets into more of the environmental things, right, that are attached to that. So this is really a combination of groups that are coming together that you would normally not necessarily see together, right? So you have environmentalists that are protesting. You have criminal justice reform individuals that are protesting. You have those that are protesting racist issues, because this story really encompasses all of these things. It's the perfect soup of why corporations get what they want no matter what. And people are finally saying, no, we've had enough. This isn't acceptable. The Police Foundation is mainly funded by corporations and wealthy individuals, 100% by wealthy individuals and corporations. But the money that's coming in there is coming from Wells Fargo, it's coming from Amazon, it's coming from Waffle House, a local entity down there, it's coming from other banks, JP Morgan Chase.
Home Depot.
Home Depot, exactly, Home Depot. So this is big money that's coming into the foundation. And you cannot possibly tell me there's no quid pro quo involved in that. I think we already realize that most of the time local law enforcement seems more concerned about protecting private property than they do, protecting and serving citizens. I think that's kind of where we're at in the country. And I think this is just a prime example of that. Why are they donating this money? $60 million is a tidy sum. It's not a small amount of money, even for a corporation. So,
and the project that they did before this one is very alarming because 11,000 video cameras. Atlanta is now the most.
Yeah, Operation Shield. That's another thing. Yeah, that's another thing. And I also think is why the protesters didn't mind us live streaming, because oftentimes they're worried about that sort of thing. Atlanta is the most surveilled city in the country. And you'll see them when you're walking around downtown Atlanta. There's literally cameras everywhere. So talk about living in some Orwellian dystopian spot. That would be it, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And the whistle bells that are being rung is that some of the politicians, we've had 0 from Warnock, 0 from Ossoff. I know because I called both of their offices.
Wait, no, hang on. We haven't had 0 from Warnock. Warnock actually came out in support of what the police didn't downtown and supporting Cop City. So let's be clear on that.
And invoked Martin Luther King.
And invoked Martin Luther King while doing so. That is absolutely true. It was, when I read it, I was like, wow, okay.
And when asked, that's what we asked about, 0 response. We've had no response. I even noticed on Ossoff's website, trying to find who to get a hold of on Ossoff, there's no messaging capabilities on LinkedIn for their press. There's no press email. There's a press page with press release.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's not just a GOP thing. People want to say it's Brian Kemp solo, and I'm like, nah, it's not. It's absolutely not. Mayor Bottoms, who was the previous mayor before Andre Dickens, absolutely was 100% behind Cop City. She called it I'm paraphrasing now because I can't remember the exact quote, but she called it a playground for cops and that it should be used to increase morale for law enforcement. And really, that's your response to the civil unrest? That's your response to Scorpion teams that we're seeing, in Memphis that are out there doing what they're doing? It's the exact opposite of what needs to be happening, but this is where we're at. So the Democratic Party is 100%. In fact, Bottoms is now part of the Biden administration. Let's just
and these might be used as this is a local story for Georgia, but it's also a national wide story, not only because we should care about what's happening all across the country, but because Cop City is set to be used as a model.
Worse than that, Zaina. They will be training law enforcement from outside of Atlanta at this place. In a questionnaire that they completed, the Police Foundation had to fill out a questionnaire to get a loan. And in one of the questions in the questionnaire, it asked them what part was recruitment from outside of the state. and the response was over 40%. So that tells me that they're going to be using this as a money-making, generating center where they're going to invite in, you know, who knows, the LAPD, the Memphis Police, New York PD, whoever, to come to the training facility and use that training facility. So it absolutely has national import. You know, one of the things that Mayor Dickens is saying is that it's outside agitators that are causing the problem, which is absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely not the case. Are there folks from outside of the state also joining in the protests? Yes, absolutely. That's true. But, you know, that's always been true of most things of this nature. So I don't think that that's necessarily a red flag. But you're basically erasing your entire constituency that's telling you that they don't want it. You know, that I told you about the Zoom meeting where they were holding up the signs because they had disabled the chat. There was one before that where they did allow public comment, and it's about 17 hours worth of public comment, almost entirely against the program. 2 days worth.
Yeah.
So
Tina,
yeah, sorry.
Keep doing God's work. Got to get to the next person.
Yeah,
everybody
you're a badass, Tina. Just want to say.
Everybody watch Tina's videos. You could click on the live tab to see her previous live streams from Cop City. You could click on the video tab to see the shorter videos, including that interview, the only interview I've seen with one of the protesters that was arrested. And you can click on even the shorts tab for little 1 minute bite size, Tina. And support her. She does not rest. She's going out to another protest today.
I am, yes.
So thank you for joining us, Tina.
Right. Take care, guys.
So, let's give some shout outs while we're waiting for Christian Smalls to join. We also have John in Memphis. So a lot of moving parts here. John might be joining us live in a minute. But while we're waiting for Christian, let's see where we're at here. We have raised $6,370. So let's keep moving. Again, every amount counts to those who have donated. I appreciate it. Rebecca, Michael, Tony, Stephen, Ed, Alex, Jean Pierre are the last ones I've seen. Your support is going right to these donations. So super important to keep raising money so we could keep sending people out there. This is how we do it. Is this Memphis, Colin?
Yeah, I can see the message.
Yes, it is.
John says that they're trying to get into the police station.
All right, let's show this full. This is Memphis.
Hey, bro. Yeah, we could always use people. Right, come on to the gate, y'all. Let's go to the gate. Yeah, come on, y'all. Let's go. They don't want to open the door for us. They're not. Hey, how you doing? Right. Now we're the fine citizen, like to talk to the captain of the New York Police Department, and the door is locked and they will not let us in.
Into a public building?
Into a public building.
Bring it back out.
Okay.
Just as complicit as they are. You're part of the damn system. What are y'all gonna do about it? You got anything to say about the killer cops? Dead silent? That's what I thought. How you feel about it?
How you doing?
How you feel about your buddy's murdering Tyree?
They don't care. How you feel about y'all buddy murdering David Stewart?
You'll laugh about that shit after you do it?
Stephen Askew, remember him?
Do we usually fist bump after beating people to death?
Physically laugh about it, then turn around and try to lie about it and get their story caught together on their cams?
Do we suggest to stop the ass of our citizens?
That fucking face mask is part of the problem. The thin blue line, y'all bleed blue before you bleed red.
Y'all use the
fucking coward.
Kill black people every fucking day.
Do we pay you to stop the ass of our citizens?
Fuck the police.
I didn't pay for that.
Fuck the police. Where's Commander McNeil and his son who was beating the hell out of somebody at the chicken joint last month?
Not the first time we've been here, MPD, for y'all.
Where's the transparency? We're just asking questions.
We all know this is not the first time y'all beat people like that. Y'all do it on a regular basis. We call y'all the jump out boys. Hey, look at the jump out boys, y'all. Look at them. Hey, jump out boys, how y'all doing?
Every day y'all stay silent, you're just as fucking complicit.
Right. When's one of y'all gonna be a man and stand up to this? Yo, chief said that it was inhumane. Why y'all not out here?
Y'all knew damn well you were gonna change the system from the inside. A month after you joined this. When you decided to stay part of the system, you became the fucking problem. You and your propaganda bullshit union.
That's not acceptable.
You're part of the problem. Yeah, you. All of you. Y'all are just as complicit with your fucking silence.
A failure of humanity. The police chief calls it a failure of humanity.
Is Commander MacLeod too scared to come out here and talk to us?
Y'all need to be out here with us.
We know you cops are fucking cowards.
We just got questions. We got questions. We want that transparency. Talk about it. Quit your job. 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 Quit your job.
Do your job. No, do your job. Do your job. Do your job. Do your job. Your job is to protect and serve, not beat up on people or kill people. Y'all didn't like that too much, huh? Bye-bye. Don't go in and run now. Y'all didn't run when y'all beat Tyree up. Y'all came and celebrated.
Y'all work for the fucking slave masters.
Say it again.
Y'all work for the slave masters.
Say it again.
Y'all slave catchers. Y'all fucking slave catchers. Y'all work for the masters. You're class trading scum.
Yep.
Fucking failure. Fucking scum. Fucking traitor to the people.
Say it again, Brandon. Say it again. I don't think they heard you.
I'm not here. I'm not here. I'm not here, y'all.
Hey, you guys, we're going to have 3 minutes of silence. Absolutely. The 3 minutes that they beat Tyree to death. We're going to have a 3 minutes, a moment of silence for Tyree.
So that was John Farina live in Memphis. We'll be going back to him in probably a few minutes. I'm damn proud. Thank you to Colin, who somehow is figuring out to bring him into the live stream live. He's using the live view. So, yeah, continue to protest down in Memphis, and we'll go back to him in a few minutes, but I didn't want to keep our next guest waiting too long. Joining us now, if I think I see him. Christian, you there? Oh. Hey there. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Christian Smalls, president of the Amazon Labor Union. I might as well ask you, because obviously it's dominating the news. You just saw we're live from protests down there. This is not news to you. In Staten Island, police brutality, terrorizing, assassinating Black men. We keep hearing lip service from the police and the politicians. What's your response to the latest just terrible killing?
Well, I'm frustrated as hell, like everybody else is. Of course, here we are again, another hashtag. Here we are again, another year. Here we are again, another Black History Month that we're bringing in protesting in the streets, rioting, whatever we're doing. Because this systemic racism continues to exist in this country, and nothing's being done about it. And just like everybody else, I'm exhausted about the same issues in this country, and I'm ready to take action. And that's what we should be doing in this country as as people, as working class people and citizens of this country, we got to take a stance. We can no longer continue to allow this to continue. You know, Black people being murdered every day by the hands of the police, and these are our tax dollars that are funding these systems, and we have to stop it. We just have to.
And, you know, I keep hearing CNN, MSNBC, every time it's we need to have a conversation. We need to have a conversation about race. I mean, I'm a white dude, so I'm sure what I think doesn't matter, but I don't think we need to have a conversation. It's well past that time. We need to, besides criminal penalties, I think these police need to be sued civilly, because it seems to me that might be the only thing that might make them pause. If they're going to lose their pensions, if they're going to be sued, if their family could go bankrupt. Your thoughts just on the chatter from the media about having a conversation and better training and all this stuff?
Well, I don't watch that media, you know, so I'm not going to feed into what they have to say, because we know it's all BS. The only thing that we could do to really resolve this is abolish it. You know, it's just not, it doesn't make any sense. The police don't do anything for us. They show up after the situation. They don't know how to de-escalate everything. They don't know how to approach Black people. They don't know how to protect and serve, really. That's the honest truth, is that protecting and serving is not something the police do. And this system, once again, wasn't built for us. Right. We have to get rid of it.
And speaking of a major force in bed with the police, Amazon, who has stuck the police on you one or two times. The media kind of covered your victory for a little bit, but then kind of got tired and wasn't covering as much, that Amazon refused to recognize the JFK 8 workers for, 6-7 months you guys have fought Amazon to get recognition. They basically sued to overturn the results. And finally, recently, the National Labor Relations Board rejected Amazon's stupid, BS claims. And you are now recognized as the first Amazon union, which means by law, they're supposed to come to the table to collectively bargain with you. Can you give us updates? I'm sure Amazon is sprinting to the table.
Yeah, I wish. Right now that's where we stand currently, and we're beginning our campaign demands, launching a fight for 30. Happy to be certified, happy to be in this position, but we know that this is just the beginning. So we're going to continue to organize. That's all we can do. These things don't happen unless we organize. The avenues, the doors that's opening for organizing across the country, different warehouses, different campaigns that are launching. This don't happen unless we organize at the number one unionized building right now, which is JFK 8. So we're going to continue to do that and walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, applying pressure where it needs to be applied. And, hopefully that catches up to the laws that are outdated in this country. And the fact that the NLRB has been underfunded for so long, we start to reverse that. We have to find these companies. We have to take them on legally and on the ground as well. It has to be a combination of the community in order to bring Amazon and other corporations to the table as well.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask you also, because what you and your colleagues did is now kind of making waves in Europe. Amazon workers are on strike, staff inspired by U.S. union. It says Coventry workers. This is from the BBC. About 300 staff walked out at Amazon's Coventry warehouse on Wednesday over what they called derisory 5% raise to £10.50 an hour. But Emma, not her real name, a worker at the site, said the UK staff wanted to emulate the US movement. Amazon said it's offering competitive pay, which had risen 29% since 2018. So, it seems that this is catching on well beyond the United Corporations of America.
Yeah, absolutely. Solidarity with the the workers of the Coventry warehouses, we definitely stand and support them in their strikes. I've definitely been in contact with them. Our union has communicated with them as well via social media, and we're going to be visiting soon, hopefully near future. And we definitely have to support each other no matter what country we're in, because it's all the same struggle, same fight, same company. And if they can win, that's a victory for all of us.
Absolutely. And Zaina, you and I have been talking about this Supreme Court decision that is getting virtually no coverage in the media. Christian, I know you're aware the Supreme Court is hearing a case right now that basically would make it, severe financial penalties on workers who go on strike for alleged damages to the company. Right now, it seems that the court is leaning towards the company in terms of severe financial penalty to workers that go on strike.
We've already got some of those, some of the right to work laws that are in states are already putting liability on the workers who strike. For instance, in Kentucky, Kentucky was one of the first places, and I'm sure you know about this, Chris, that had some of the first big warehouses. Well, that was 20 years ago. These warehouses now don't have adequate heat, just like everywhere else. They're falling apart. The last time we had a major storm, one of them collapsed and killed workers down here. So folks have started protesting in Kentucky, but some of the pushback that they're getting, they're getting threatened with liability of losses if they leave the job. And that this court case is like those right to work laws being enshrined in the, enshrined by the Supreme Court. So it's really scary for for the rest of the country. And we can already see it happening in places like Kentucky. Because I know you came to Kentucky not too long ago, standing in solidarity with the workers here, Chris.
Yeah, once again, I'm not surprised about what's happening with the Supreme Court. There's no justice for us. It's not waiting for us. There's no cavalry coming for us. And the things that we want in this country, we have to fight for. And that's exactly what we intend on doing this year with our union, is fighting for our rights. And, there's a saying a successful strike, we don't care about the laws. If it's a successful strike, it's a victory, and that's what we have to remind ourselves. Legally and on the corporate side, the company side, it's never going to side with the workers. So the workers have to understand that we are the ones that make these corporations and companies operate. And if we withhold our labor, there's nothing they could do about it. What are they going to do? Replace everybody? No. There's more of us than them. And we have to do it really collectively so that they really feel the impact. And this is why I've been on record saying that what Biden did with the railroad strikes was just it's not pro-labor, it's not pro-union, and it really should be a shame that we're bringing up a law from the 1900s where we're in the 21st century in 2022 and 23. So this is what organizing do. Once again, we're exposing that these laws are outdated. And now we have to create a system that works for us now in the 21st century.
What would you tell people? Oh, just real quick, Jordan, because we've had this conversation before and it was something that stuck with me. What would you tell people about pushing the daily grind? What it takes, because you guys were out there day in and day night, day in and day out. You guys had people catching attention in different ways to get workers to sign up, having those real conversations with people as they're coming in and out of the warehouses, setting up the tables. What would you tell workers about the day in and the day out and the benefit of the actual grind of organizing? Because I think that some people think you go in, you strike for 3 days, and then it's done. What would you tell people for the benefit, of holding the line, of staying there, of talking to your fellow workers? Because you said, it can be intimidating to walk up to people you work with and be like, sign up, participate, right? So what's some of the things that you learned in that push, that, you know, almost year-long push that you guys did day in and day out?
Well, the number one thing is, you know, this is our lives. It's a difference. You know, we're not organizing for somebody else. We're organizing for our own selves, for our own livelihood, our quality of life. You know, we as a worker, myself as a former Amazon employee, I know exactly what these workers are going through, the good and the bad at that warehouse. So how can I sit on the sideline and not try to fight for their self well-being, and also myself? I know that there's things in these warehouses that need to be changed, and I know that every day something happens. Somebody's injured, somebody's died, somebody has died, somebody, a loved one is can't pay the bill. These are stories and grievances I hear every day. So for the conversations, it's really easy for us as working class people. We understand, and I just tell people, don't try to drill the fight against capitalism right off the bat, because that's what a lot of organizers do. They have the awakening moment, and then they feel like the person next to them feels the same way. It doesn't start like that. You have to understand where people come from. You have to understand where they are, and where you have to meet them is where they at, and usually is at work. And understanding that the issues at home are the reasons why we have to go to work, and understand that their personal lives are being affected by organizing. So understand that if they don't get involved right away, it's not their fault. You know, we have to just be there when they're ready. And that's what organizing is, being there when they're ready. You don't know when it's going to be. It could be 2-3 months. It could be 2 or 3 days. But if you're not there and you're not available for them, then that's a loss. So for us, being outside, like you said, I've been at a bus stop for over 300 days. The campaign was 11 months, day and night, hot or cold. We were outside, and that's what resonated with the workers, that we were there for them when they needed us.
Let me ask you, Christian, I know you're not like a political guy, but I'm sure you hear online and just kind of out there kind of fighting among leftists in terms of, you know, should people electorally run in the Democratic Party, or should people run third party? I'm not asking you to weigh in on that, but what I am asking, how did you kind of build coalitions for Amazon Label Union? Because there's workers in that warehouse who are conservative. There's workers in the warehouse that don't give a damn about politics. There's workers in that warehouse that might be more old school, kind of liberal. And, you know, and I keep saying on the left, oh, right now it's everybody's fighting with each other if we don't agree 100%. But to organize and achieve things, you're never going to organize with every single person that 100% agrees on all things politically or even strategy.
Exactly. That's exactly why we don't endorse politicians as a union. We do not engage in politics. We take stances. We definitely put out statements in support and solidarity for certain issues, especially police brutality. But when it comes to organizing, we keep things work related. You know, that's why, you know, I was able to say it's not a left or right thing, because it's true. It doesn't matter what your politics or your political views are, what you believe in, your background, where you come from. When you go and clock in at Amazon, you're nothing but a number, just like everybody else. And that's what we have to remind our coworkers, that it's not about what you believe in or what you represent. It's about how you're being treated when you clock in at Amazon. And we kept those issues. We built up the commonality of the work-related issues. And that's what we have to do to bring people together. You know, we're going to have our differences. And we do. We have them all the time. We fight. Nobody's perfect. No union is perfect in this country. I can tell you that right now. We all have our issues internally, whether it's arguing with one another, but it's a familyhood. It's a brother and sisterhood that brings us together. We can argue over certain things, but we have to get over it and move forward. And that's what organizing is about as well. having your differences, putting them out on the table, but finding a common ground and building off of that commonality. And that's what we have to do.
Can I just ask you before we let you go, Jeff Bezos, we know that he has a mega yacht that he required a bridge to be knocked down. What was it, in Switzerland or somewhere, to get his yacht through? Now we're hearing that he might buy a football team. Today is the championship games. Obviously, the laws are written by people like Jeff Bezos, but it's just crazy to me that the media keeps reporting this guy as some type of brilliant, philanthropic, wonderful person. When talking about racism, we started this interview, his company was calling you guys thugs. He hired basically a hyena pack of union busting consultants, and I think their campaign against you was 100% racist. And we know everything I've covered over there, people being carted off on stretchers, ambulances coming back and forth, people dying in Kentucky during that tornado. Your thoughts on, frankly, it just seems like Bezos keeps on kicking and the media keeps on ignoring really horrific stuff going on at Amazon.
Right. Yeah. This is why we have to continue screaming, we want justice for Pushan Brown. That's it. We're going to continue pushing our workers' stories and their voices. The media is going to do what they want to do. But once again, on the ground, we're going to organize. And, Jeff Bezos, when you own the Washington Post and you own, 70% of the market, and you're paying media outlets and you pay for sources and whatever else, that's going to happen. It comes with the territory of being rich, I guess. But you know what? Everybody has their day, and I just feel like, from the efforts of us organizing, Amazon has definitely been doing some unprecedented things. And, I just know in my heart and believe in this fight that if we keep going the way we're going, that, one day he's going to have to come to the table and the judgment is going to come from the people, and that's what's really going to hurt his pockets the most. It's not going to be what we say about him in the streets, screaming F Jeff Bezos all day and night. It's going to come from the fact that at the end of the day, this company and your legacy is going to be forever tarnished because you did not do the right thing. Unless you do the right thing and do come to the table and resolve these issues in the warehouses and also negotiate with the unions that you have in your company.
Right. Absolutely. And you might not endorse politicians, but anything nice to say about Status Coup? We're trying to raise money today. If you remember, I was out there covering you guys before most people were.
Absolutely. Always support the grassroots, donate to independent media all the time. This is the real stories that people do not hear. And, once again, we keep ourselves safe. We are the community. And people got to remind ourselves that, look, we got to create our own propaganda sometimes. And not all the sometimes, it's really all the time. And that's what it's about, really being fully funded by the people, for the people. Status Coup represents that. So take care of them so they can take care of us.
And real quick, you still have a lot of warehouses around the country contacting you with requests and plans to start organizing?
Hell yeah. It's going to be a great year for labor. I'll tell you that right now. Get ready.
All right. All right, man. Thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care, y'all.
So that was Christian Smalls. I'm just marveled by our technical capacity. We're like zooming in and out of live protests in Memphis. This is a first for us on our stream. I believe John is still live down there. So let's go back to John Farina covering Tyree Nichols' protests down in Memphis.
Also pray when they came to get my son. We need to pray, people. It's going to happen. It's wrong, but things are going to keep accumulating. But when you fight evil for evil, equals evil. We know they ain't right. Some of them will never be right. Some people around here are not right. Some are just coming to record the protest. But they got people in their family too that can be victims. Some laughing. But I have learned through the struggle that I went through. I'm talking about so in-depth with Memphis Police Department. 6 years ago, my husband died at the precinct on Mount Mariah in his truck. They wouldn't send nobody out. But by the time they called me at church, and I made it to St. Francis, every car at that Mount Mariah precinct was there. They had a camera over his truck. They refused to let me see the tape and other media. Memphis media run when Memphis police come out. They don't fight. She did the courtside ceremony, but when they told her, whatever they told her, they left. Same with the ambulance. The people who drive the ambulance. Anybody stay in Memphis know, from Mount Mariah precinct to cross the expressway, the ambulance could have got to my husband before 30 minutes. Would it made a difference if it was God's plan? No. But still, you stand in there. My husband played ball at that park for over 26 years. They knew his truck. They knew he was a truck and a good man. No one came out to help him, period. Yet today, I still don't know if something went on with some of the players at the park that caused his death, that he wasn't sick. But like I said, prayer is something that we got to push. If you want it or not, I'm doing it today. Oh, merciful God, I come to you as we stand around in this protest. All protesters over the United States. All protesters over the world. Touch them, Lord. Touch the people, oh merciful God, that is hurting, oh merciful God. Touch our police officers, oh merciful God. The ones that have a heart like you, oh merciful God. Pull them out, separate them, oh merciful God. But the ones, oh merciful God, just deceiving and evil, oh merciful God. Touch their minds and hearts now, oh merciful God. There will be some that walk away, oh merciful God, because it's only a job, oh merciful God. But you touch right now, Lord. For those are believers, Lord, you said that you will handle it, Lord. And we coming to you, Lord. We know you will. And we know you able. Oh, merciful God, just touch. We just need one touch. Something else went on that night. This whole situation is not about the situation that they giving the people. Lord, you let someone open up. Give that mother peace in her heart, oh merciful God. Or whatever it was, the reason why her son lost his life. Somebody else could have drove his car a few times. And they know the car. But Lord, touch these officers. Touch the cruel people in the world, oh merciful God. But I thank you, Lord, for whatever you have done and what you're about to do. But you touch the non-believers. You touch the ones that is disrespecting, oh merciful God. While I'm in your word, oh merciful God. While I'm praying and calling out to you, oh merciful God. Touch them all, oh merciful God. Touch everybody that's out here on today. Show them grace and mercy as well, in Jesus' name. I thank you, Lord. Amen, amen, amen.
Amen, amen, amen. Justice for Tyree. Justice for Tyree. Justice for Tyree.
Justice for... My bad. Justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
Can't hear y'all. Justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
Justice for Tyree.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
No justice
I want to thank Barbara. I want to thank Cassio. I want to thank Frank for coming out. This right here is bigger than us. It's about unity, coming together as one. Because at the end of the day, it could have been us. It could have been our brother, our cousin, our uncle, whomever. So what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna stand on y'all feet or fall on y'all knees?
I appreciate it. Testing. I appreciate that, John. Cassio Montez, the lead activist over the Tyreek Nichols situation, appointed by Kareem Ali. We stand in consolidation. We getting things resolved because they see we not playing like the bandman of the Scorpion team. But that's not what we want. That's a part of it. We want the OCU gone. That's the head. We start from the head and go to the bottom. And we standing on business for Tyreek. But there's others way before Tyreek, like Darius Stewart, Montavious Banks, Brandon Weber, DeMario Perkins that was accused of a suicide, but we know that wasn't true. They killed him.
Robert Howard.
So at the end of the day, like, we standing on business, and it's gonna take a collective hold. I am the lead actor, but guess what? We all leaders. If you got a voice, get out these houses, come out these houses and stand up for what's going on. We welcome anyone. As long as you're on the right path for what we standing for, hey, I'm with it. And that's the only way it's gonna show, because we gotta come together. Put that pride, it's over with. You got a misconfusion of who's standing next to you, put that behind you. It's not about us, it's about Tyreek. It's about the rest of these victims they covered up for so long. Tyreek just did and made a way for us to be a voice. And may he rest in peace. But until he get justice, he's not gonna rest. And we standing on it. We stand for the family. They gotta meet these demands. We ain't asking them, we telling them. And we gonna be every day, our boots gonna be on the ground. We gonna go places they say we can't go. We gonna do things they saying we ain't supposed to do. Because guess what? We standing on business. A lot of people don't know what that means. That means by any means necessary. And I stand on it. We gonna do it peacefully though. Because they want us to get out here and do something that we look embarrassed about. It's what this family want. When his mother got on the nationwide news and said she wanted peaceful, that's what we gonna stand for, because we stand for her. It's not about our opinion. And we gotta stop all this going destroying our city. Because one thing about it, we gotta destroy their pockets. That's what they care about. They care about money. It's just simple, man. It's not hard. We gotta put our pride aside and come together though. This person, that person, whoever doing something, at least you are doing something. Instead of being in the house with an opinion. Y'all don't know what goes on in these streets when it's just you and these police officers. I done been through that. I have a pass. Everybody got a pass. At the end of the day, it is what it is. But we standing on business for Tyreek. What's his name?
Tyreek Nichols.
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 Say his goddamn name.
Tyreek Nichols.
What's his name?
Tyreek Nichols.
What's his name?
Tyreek Nichols.
What's his name?
Tyreek Nichols.
Say his name.
Tyreek Nichols.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
What's his name?
Tyreek Nichols.
What's his name?
Tyreek Nichols.
What's his name?
Tyreek Nichols.
Say his name.
Tyreek Nichols.
Say his name.
Tyreek Nichols.
Say his goddamn name. What's his name? 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 Say his name. No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
Say his name.
Tyreek Nichols.
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 Say his goddamn name. Say his name.
Tyreek Nichols.
Say his name.
Tyreek Nichols.
Say his name. Say his name.
Tyreek Nichols.
Say his name.
Tyreek Nichols.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace. No crooked ass police. Blue lives murder.
We got a lot of men. Do we have a lot of men out here? A lot of men voices. If not, we'll just do halfway. This side will say they're taking our lives. This side will say we're taking their money. Y'all got it? They're taking our lives.
We're taking our money.
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 They're taking our lives.
We're taking their money.
They're taking our lives.
We're taking their money.
They're taking our lives.
Taking our money.
Whose streets?
Our street.
Whose streets?
Our street.
Whose city?
Our city.
Whose city?
Our city.
Whose city?
Our city.
Whose city?
Our city.
Say his name.
Tyree Nichols.
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 Whose streets?
Our street.
Whose streets?
Our street.
Whose streets?
Our street.
Whose streets?
Our street.
Say his name.
Tyree Nichols.
Say his name.
Tyree.
So those are the Memphis protests that are continuing. I can't see right now because we're live, but I'm pretty confident CNN's not showing that or MSNBC. So that's what you're donating, folks. We're out there, whether it's big ass protests and, you know, cars on fire and crazy shit, or, you know, 20 to 30 people. It's still, you know, powerful voices, powerful stories. And raw and authentic. That's the point of this, to really show the non-scripted people in their most authentic form, protesting or speaking. Yeah, so we really appreciate the donations. Well, Zaina, you wanted to mention something?
Yeah, I think that, you know, I've been organizing for 10 years and worked for dozens and dozens of non-corporate candidates, you know, bucking the system. And I was at the, you know, Paula Jean Swearingen and I was at the Medicare for All marches, for instance, back in summer before last. And the only people on the ground for that, the only people on the ground at the protest that we did at AOC's office, when we did the protest there, the only person that showed up in West Virginia to interview Paula Jean Swearingen on the night of the election was Status Coup. Time and time again, through my organizing, whether it be, you know, we had 100 people show up for the organizing, or there were thousands of people that showed up, like you mentioned, half the time I would look around and the only press that I would see is someone in a Status Coup t-shirt. I'd see Jordan there, or Jen Dye's there, or someone else from Status Coup. This is part of why it's so important to support independent media, and this is why we ask for contributions from the public, because we're not doing advertising from, you know, Birch Gold, for instance, that's tied to like Stephen Bannon and the Daily Wire. We're not getting big donations from corporations. We're not stopping the stream to tell you, you know, to go and buy like some food that could be delivered at your door from one of these companies. We are relying on everyday donations from everyday people to keep the coffers running. And even $1, if you have $1, can help. And if you can't give, you know, money, I understand. I'm poor, you know, I know what that's like to be able to support, but I also see people out there that can't give financially, that's sharing, that's helping get the message out, that's helping to share the voices that are being covered by Status Coup. That helps as well. But if you can donate, you know, even $1, if you can donate 20, if you can donate 100, it's going to help us in 2023 to be able to cover the labor and what's going on, because mainstream media is not covering this. They're not covering the economic impacts. They're not covering the issues that are keeping us from keeping our lights on, keeping our families fed, keeping us safe, keeping our waters clean, talking about our infrastructure problems in this country. People aren't talking about it. The mainstream media isn't going to cover it. And as I said, as an activist, one of the only people I saw on the ground over and over again, or that would respond when we would reach out, whether it be me or people that I was organizing with behind the scenes, they said, well, Status Coup said yes. That was one of the big things that I would always hear. And that's one of the reasons that I decided, you know, to come on and help with the marketing, with coming on and being a part of it. And I'll tell you one thing here, we're going to have different ideas on the left. There's going to be different views. We're not going to agree on the left on 100% of every single issue and the way to get there. But one thing that I see that's common that everyone agrees with is that we need to focus more on local and state issues, on local and state races, on independent non-corporate candidates, which nobody interviews. Status Coup was one of the first people to ever talk to Matthew Ho, for instance, who is running independent. We can disagree, and we should be able to do that. And I will say, since I've started, Jordan's not messaged me and said, Zaina, don't say that on air. I had some disagreements with what Crystal Ball said yesterday, and that's fine. Jordan didn't message me and say, oh, you and Steve, don't say this. He asked us authentically, what is your opinion? And it's important to be able to bring
Zaina, don't ruin my reputation. Don't ruin my reputation as a DNC shill.
It's important to be able to disagree. Jordan and I disagree on stuff, and then we talk about it, and then we talk about it on air. And bringing those diverse ideas is really important. Sometimes bringing on someone you don't like is important. Distinguishing between the rising fascism on the right, and I'm talking about the Democratic and Republican parties, but covering those stories that fascism is impacting is critically important. But we have to be able to be okay with having, or be able to listen and have a space where those diverse opinions can be shared and talked through. And that's one thing that I can say since I've started authentically. I've been able to say what I feel and what I think online without censorship from Status Coup. And that's different. That's not something you're going to see. When I left a job when I was working, when I first started doing journalism back in 2012, I was working at Sinclair Group as an intern, and they were offering me a staff position. Yeah, I know. I didn't know. I was just starting out,
Well, I shouldn't talk. I worked at Fox News, so I can't really say anything.
And it was local, and it was cool because we were supposed to be doing, one of the first stories that I got brought onto was to cover a chemical spill in a local river. That was an awesome story to cover. Then after that, they wanted to do an article on food stamps and benefits. And I noticed that the narrative was false. So I went to the editor and I was like, look, this is bullshit. This story is bullshit. Like, we can't cover this because you guys have an agenda and are covering it in a certain way. And the editors basically told me, no, you're going to say what we tell you to say. And I quit. I quit that day. But that is why independent media is so critical. We have to be able to have platforms in this country that brings unfiltered, because I watched them. They interviewed people who were waiting for their SSI checks at midnight. And they were trying to paint it as they were going to use this money for drug money, when almost everyone that we talked to said they were using it for their bills, to keep their roofs over their head. That's why they go and they get the cash out early, is because a lot of places only took cash for rent. But instead of sharing the actual voices of the people interviewed, they cut it to make it look like everyone in Kentucky is a bunch of barefoot, people who are, on narcotics. And so that's what you get. Even when they interview regular working people, you're going to get it cut. You're going to get it spliced. You're not going to get it unfiltered. And here we're going live, interviewing people right on the spot. You can hear exactly what they say. It's not being cut. And that's critically important. And that is not happening with mainstream media any longer. And that's why I say, if you can give $1, if you can, because it's really important, that people are able to get out and do this. And right now, if you're wealthy, you can get out and you can do independent journalism, and you can go and you can cover things, if you're a trust fund baby, but you're going to be out of touch with what's going on. You're going to have your worldview that covers colors your reporting. So it's really important that not only do you have the voices being and the stories being told, but you have people doing the reporting that also live through and understand the struggle. And Status Coup has all of that and brings the diverse opinions to the table, and is not afraid to you know, let Steve Grumbine go on a rant, or, you know, to have, you know, folks disagree with each other on the streams as we're talking. And that's important. If we're going to get to the truth, we have to be able to filter through information and to be able to talk and have discussions. I've seen Ron Placone and Tina, you know, have nuanced discussions about topics, and I always respected that, because it's okay to have different opinions, and looking for news agency that's going to bring a broad perspective, especially on the left, is critically important. So that's one reason that I say support Status Coup, support on the ground reporting, support the one that if an organizer can reach out to info@statuscoup.com. We do go through those emails. I have been. And I know that Jordan has already sent me, hey, this person says that their water is poisoned. Call and reach out to them. You know, let's see if we can get them on to talk about it. And we go through what you guys send us, and we want to hear those stories. So that's another way that you can contribute. If you know something that's going on, please, you know, message us on social media, send those emails to us. We are reading them, and we are looking for those stories that are being ignored. But in order to keep the lights on, in order for us to be able to go through that, in order for us to be able to go on the ground, it costs money, unfortunately. I wish it didn't, because we could do a whole hell of a lot more if it didn't, but it does. And so what you guys are able to contribute, every supporter, every individual, whether you agree with us 100% or not, getting those stories out are critically important. And that's why we're asking. Otherwise, we wouldn't be. If we had enough in the coffers to be able to just do this without asking you guys, we wouldn't. But we need your help.
And we'll continue giving shout outs as people donate. We have now raised $6,460 towards our $20,000 goal. So keep donating. Speaking, and thank you to all the donors. Speaking of poison water and people in the struggle, joining us now, Melissa Mays with her fake fireplace behind her, Flint, Flint resident, Flint activist, and I would say a friend too. And I wanted to have you on because we're trying to raise awareness and raise funds for Status Coup, and I really can't think of anything I've covered more, and we've covered more than the ongoing water crisis, which pretty soon is heading into year 9, despite the national media and the local media pretty much making believe that everything's groovy in Flint. And I wanted to have you on to update people on what's going on. For those that don't know, charges were recently dismissed against former Michigan Governor Rick Snyder. Yeah, I wish we had longer. We only got 20 minutes, but we could go on for 2 hours about that. Charges were dismissed against him and 8 other defendants because the current Democratic Attorney General, Dana Nessel, totally bungled the entire Flint criminal investigation. And I'm not going to lie, I wish I could say different. It's not looking good in terms of actual justice. And donated water wasn't coming from the state for several years, but now the private donations of bottled water has been cut off. And first question, as I always like to ask you, is the water safe in Flint?
No. And it'd be really easy to answer that. Are the pipes replaced? No. Interior plumbing? Nope. Distribution mains in the street? Nope. Nothing has been finished. Actually, February 15th, we are going back to federal court because for the 5th time, we had to file a motion to enforce the federal Safe Drinking Water Act settlement that we came to in March of 2017. That was supposed to be finished in 2020, but this new mayor, this new administration, the past 3 years has fought us every step of the way, has gone years without doing anything. The first 3 years of the service line replacement program here in Flint, we had about 27,000 holes dug. There's been less than 2,000 in the past 3 years because politics, and everybody wants to think that Flint's over. You know, just sweep it under the rug. Let's not finish it. And they're running like victory laps, and it's not finished. So what's happening and why that's important is that for the past 3,201 days, the Flint water crisis has been going on. Most people have heard about it since like 2015, 2016. Everybody thinks it's over. Now there's this big infrastructure bill that's rolling out to where they're going to do, lead service line replacement across the country. And they're looking at Flint as the pilot. And it's messed up as it is in Flint, and it's not finished. People are still getting bacterial infections and dying. We have cancer clusters now, like all of these different things. They're going to replicate this everywhere else. And again, if Flint doesn't get fixed properly, since it's being the model, it's not going to get fixed properly anywhere. And if it's not done right, it's so harmful. It causes so many more problems. So no, Flint's not fixed yet. Nobody's sitting in jail. And again, it wasn't just because our infrastructure got old. Decisions were made to change our water source and to not treat it and then to cover it up while people were dying. And yeah, we've had hundreds of people die from bacterial infections, and now we have cancer, miscarriage rates, all of these things. All of these things because when water isn't treated properly, when it's treated like a commodity, people die. So that's where we're at.
And I want to ask, because I think it's very important, particularly in this pandemic age where we've kind of become numb to like 400 people are dying a day of COVID, like it's not even reported. But in Flint, there has always been a gross misreporting of the actual death toll where, I mean, national outlets, many have reported that only 12 people died due to the Flint water crisis, citing the state of Michigan, who poisoned you, by the way, their bullshit numbers of only 12 people died of Legionnaires. I mean, I've been there a lot, and I could tell you every time I go back, there's more people dying. And you know this because you're living there, and of cancers at early ages, mysterious illnesses that they have no family history of. Years ago, when Jen and I knocked on doors investigating a story, almost every other block, we were told, oh, yeah, they're not. It's not that they're not home. They just died. I mean, this is like, I hate to be crude, but like Flint is like the political Walking Dead. People are dying. And there really was no health registry for many, many years to actually track people's illnesses. So could you tell people, not in addition to the water, I mean, people are dying there in significant numbers.
Oh, well, I mean, if you look at COVID, for the longest time, the residents of Flint, because our immune systems are so damaged and so compromised and suppressed, we had a 12.5% case fatality rate for COVID, meaning 12.5% of the people who got COVID died, from COVID, and rather quickly. And that was the highest in the world. And I want to make that clear, in the world. So even undeveloped countries didn't have as high of a death toll as we had here. And yet we had like a slow vaccine rollout, slow recovery. I mean, again, they're trying to just make Flint go away because, we're the sign that, hey, this can and might already be happening to you. And then we're looking at Jackson, and we're looking at Newark, and we're looking at, Philadelphia. All of these cities, East Chicago, all of these cities across the United States are having water issues, and they're just literally trying. Oh, somebody just said dead people don't revolt. Exactly. And neither do poison people who are too busy fighting to stay alive than to fight back. The fact that I want everybody to know that, Flint, we've been victimized. I mean, this was done to us. Our democracy was stripped, our local media, everything is controlled by the state, who is responsible for making this happen, right? The state took control of our city, stripped our democracy, stripped our local government of any kind of power and control, took control, switched our water, made all these decisions. And they control the recovery. They control the recovery dollars. Even the federal money all goes to the state. And so basically all of the folks that are at the state level who did this to us worked really hard and did a great job covering it up. And still, people are still coming back saying, well, the state of Michigan says, well, the state of Michigan did this to us. And the city of Flint did this to us. Right now, the city of Flint is allowing this to happen to us. And they're like, well, everybody says your water's fine. It's meeting federal regulations. No, a lot of it's not even regulated. The different carcinogens and cancer-causing agents and chemicals that we've been ingesting, inhaling, and absorbing through showering, they're not even regulated. And so they're just like, oh, well, and also for bacteria, they're not testing for it. They're not testing, and they don't say anything. I mean, we just had another huge Legionnaires outbreak, so we don't even know the numbers because they're doing everything to cover it up. So when the folks who are in charge and who caused your disaster are in charge of your recovery, we see this. And I mean, it was replicated with the big disastrous COVID response by our government. They politicized a public health crisis. And here we are, you know, everybody fighting one another. I mean, I have no immune system. So I'm usually, you know, I'm out there, I'm wearing a mask. People are looking at me like, oh, you're a Democrat. Because I'm like, first of all, no, don't you dare assume you know who I am. Both sides did this to us. I mean, well, the Republicans did it, but they were just happy about it. They're like, okay, die with your poison. Democrats promised to fix it, but then came in and did nothing, haven't fought to keep our bottled water going or to fight, you know, like the state is just allowing the city not to replace our pipes, even though it's a federally mandated lawsuit. So for the 5th time, we have to go back to court. And then, so the city just went ahead and now they wanted to depose myself and a pastor who's on the lawsuit and, you know, blame us. Like I'm out there, like not doing my job, replacing pipes, like I'm supposed to be. They don't want to communicate with the public. They want to hide. They don't want the people's voices heard. So we continue to go back and back and back and back to go back to court because that's the only recourse we have. But for cities who don't fall under the Safe Drinking Water Act laws or don't have the ability to sue, what happens then? So we have to go back and fight to change this, to make it people-centered, to fight for health-based regulations, because at this point, none of them are. They're saying, I mean, I don't know if anybody saw the big FDA announcement, we're going to reduce the lead that we're feeding our babies in baby food. Yo, what? Why? Why are you giving kids lead from the beginning and then you're putting it in their water? They fought harder and it was easier to get it out of paint and gasoline than it is to get it out of our water and our food. Why is that? Because I didn't drink gas. I don't know if anybody else did, but I didn't drink gas. And we even had our paint tested in our house. And even if I did eat paint chips, there's no lead in my paint. So why are we allowing this to happen? Because we're allowing everything to be corporate. We're allowing our government to be run by corporations. We're allowing our elected officials to be sponsored, and we're allowing them to have, you know, governmental immunity. They can get away with it and use the old Nazi defense of I was just doing my job, and if people died, oh well. So we have a lot to fix on a large scale, so more Flints don't keep happening, because they are.
Can I ask? I'm not saying nobody should care about the people of Ukraine at all. But I would have to think if you are sitting in a city going on 9 years, I want to repeat that. How many days? Because you count them.
3,201.
3,201 days. And literally, Ukraine has gotten more money in 9 months.
1.5 billion. It was estimated that $1.5 billion would replace every single, and that's not even right sizing our city, like, you know, reducing our oversized, you know, water system. If you just replace pipe for pipe, you know, water heater for water heater, faucet for faucet, every single piece of plumbing, appliances, and fixtures that touch the water from the water treatment plant up to our tap, 1.5 billion would completely fix Flint. And I'm like, but it's going everywhere else. And that's not even talking about, again, we wanted to shrink our system size so the water doesn't sit stagnant and bacteria grow. Because we have that problem too, because we used to have 250,000 people living in 8 factories running off our water system. Now we have less than 100,000 and we have like 1 factory. And so because, you know, GM took off and, you know, left us to, you know, just fall apart and rot. So I think they're just waiting for us to completely collapse. So then, of course, they can do what they've been doing, shutting people's water off, taking people's homes, condemning people's homes. Oh, there's so much money for blight and knocking down these empty houses, yet all of our homeless shelters are full. And, you know, we have 160 people a night in one single warming shelter since we just got dumped on a whole bunch of snow and it's cold. And so they're doing everything they can to either push us out or just let us die off and, you know, or move away, make us homeless, take our homes. 16,000 people in Flint, by the way, lost their homes because they could not afford their water bills. So they attached the unpaid water bill to a tax lien to the house and auctioned the home off, even if it was paid off, if they couldn't pay that amount. And I just want to point out, we also pay the highest rates in the United States for water that is still, you know, making people sick and killing folks. So, you know, and by the way, in a city that is, you know, among some of the highest poverty rates in the country. So yeah, like right down the street, they're paying, you know, $100 or so every 3 months. I'm paying almost 3 times that for 1 month for water. Plus I have to buy my own bottled water. And I hate endorse making people rich off of our, because Nestle then sold out to Blue Tryon or whatever they're called. And then Blue Tryon's like, well, it's not our problem, so we don't have to donate. And then our current mayor is like, oh well, and didn't even announce to the folks of Flint until 2 weeks after the bottled water was cut off. And the 3 churches that are running the health centers for 3,000 families a week found out the hard way. So now we're scrambling to get money to get bottled water back to the folks who cannot use filters. And again, filters, they don't get rid of a lot of the contaminants, and some can grow bacteria if they're not properly managed. Anyway, it's a mess because people aren't treated like humans. We're treated like disposable numbers. And but we better pay those water bills, better pay those taxes. You better pay your, electric bills. You better pay all these things. Otherwise, we're going to take everything you have, and then, of course, we're not going to give you health care. We're not going to take care of you. Good luck with your poisoning, and just stop bothering us, or we're going to try to sue you, which happened to me, or we're going to try to depose you and blame everything on, the victims, because that seems to be the easy thing to do. All for profit, all to save a couple of pennies so they can use it to cut corporate taxes and then the money outside of the country. Well, the people here are suffering unnecessarily. Nobody should suffer. But it's not like Flint's new and everybody's just like, oh, well, Flint fatigue. We're tired of talking about it. Well, we're tired of living like this, but we still fight. We still fight.
I want to bring up, and normally I allot like an hour because we could go on for an hour. I only have a few more minutes, but I want to bring up because I think, listen, we're doing this show right now to fundraise, but part of that fundraising is the corporate media literally exists to cover up what's going on. And I honestly, and you know this because you and I have talked about it, I am at a point of, I don't know what's the bigger cover up at this point, the media or the government. Because what I have dealt with and what you and your activists have dealt with there in terms of the media, it should be a crime, honestly. It should be a crime, in my opinion, what the national and local media, the responses I have gotten from media outlets, the lengths that media outlets on the national and local level have gone to silence activists, to silence the truth, to ignore, massive news stories on cover-ups. To me, this is the biggest cover-up of the 21st century. I don't care what anyone has to say. Watergate has nothing on Flint. If there was no president in Watergate, it would be nothing, okay? Nobody died from Watergate. You have, in the last few years, Status Coup is broke. The governor knew about the deadly Legionnaires outbreak 16 months earlier than he went to the public, and he helped cover it up. We have broken that they cheated on the water testing and manipulated the data to falsely declare the water safe. We have broken that they deleted their phones and destroyed their phones right before the launch of a criminal investigation. We have broken that there was massive financial fraud that this current attorney general sat on and did not charge. I'm probably forgetting a few things, but we've broken, that Governor Snyder refused to hand over documents for 3 years and was allowed to. All of these things that we've broken, the Detroit Free Press knows about, the Detroit News knows about, Flint Journal knows, the New York Times tried to steal one of the stories we did, and they won't report it. And it's at a certain point, I wonder what you think. It has to go beyond just they don't care anymore. It seems like there's some financial motive here to declare the Flint water crisis over.
Absolutely. If they can declare us over, then they can literally half-ass every other city that has problems. Like our former Speaker of the House said, he said, if we fix Flint, then we're going to have to fix every poison city. There you go. So yeah, it is absolutely a coordinated cover-up. If we didn't have Status Coup, we didn't have you, Jordan, and your team working so hard to continue to share stories, to let me come on here and vent, to let me actually tell the truth, because again, the media is just reporting what the state's telling them. And we're like, okay, so you're asking my rapist how I'm recovering from my rape. Cool, great. So what's actually happening doesn't matter, because obviously they're going to downplay it. They're going to, downplay it so they don't have to pay so much out in lawsuits. They're going to downplay it so nobody goes to jail because they're covering for one another. And the media, and it's easy. It's super easy to just say, oh, well, here's some fluff pieces. Here's some numbers the state floated us, so let's just report on that. And we have done so many. We work together, and you have uncovered so many things. And I'm like, oh, my God, here's this bombshell. Take a look at this. They're still cheating on the test. They're still, right now I'm looking at, spreadsheets with a mess. All of these are BS. Everything that's in yellow, I have 6 pages of this, are BS tests. And so that means that they tested in the same home, the same day, 2 tests, and they use the wrong bottles, and it's not full reporting. And so I'm just sitting here with all this stuff. I give it to you, and at least you guys get it out, and you elevate what's happening. You're talking about people dying. You've shown humans. You have so many people you've interviewed over all of these years that have died, but at least you captured their story. You captured their words. You captured their humanity, because that is what they always overlook. Everybody's just like, oh, here's some poor Black folks that are wanting something else. Here we go. It doesn't matter. It can't happen to you. Bull. Yes, it can, and it is happening to people who look just like me, like you. Every single community, unless you're up in that 2% sitting up on their thrones, guess what? It can happen to you, and it's going to, because blue's the new gold. And covering things up, and it's coordinated, and it's impressive, to be honest, like how much work they put into covering it up, how much money they spent fighting us in court, fighting to cover it off, paying people off, all this great stuff. But at the end of the day, we're humans, we're just like you, and we don't have a whole lot of people in our corner. So we wouldn't be where we're at without you, because at least, even if the media is barely covering it, not talking about it, at least we're helping informing the residents so they know that it's not okay, that we're still fighting, that we're still sick, and they're still lying, and they're still trying to silence us and kill us off. And I mean, as negative as that sounds, it's just the reality of today. And yes, we're getting numb to all of the constant, police shootings and all of the constant, bombings and tragedies and poisonings. But guess what? And our planet's blowing up. But guess what? If we don't have an independent media to share the actual stories on the ground and how these are impacting people, nothing will get changed. Policy changes, legislature, everything is based on the people's stories, the people's lives, and the people's movements. So we couldn't do this and unite without independent journalism, telling the truth and connecting other people just like us. So, I thank you for that.
Speaking of which, how do people help you right now? Like that's the big kicker, that a lot of journalists don't ask. How do people help you right now? What are some things you guys have going on that people can help who are outside of Flint potentially that want to help, or other actions that are going on? Because I know, Melissa, I've seen you advocating for water in Kentucky, advocating for water, because I live in a place where the water's poisoned. And I've seen you advocating for us as well. When I worked with Paula Jean, you were right there, speaking with her and helping her. So what are some ways, what are some things going on right now that people can help with throughout the country? Is there a way people can help?
So basically, obviously support, you guys. We report and, support independent media that does connect us. But then also look at the people on the ground. So Flint Rising, we're still going door to door, taking care of our people here, our residents of Flint. But we're also working nationally. We are trying to change the laws. So we need support for that. I'd love to hire more Flint residents as staff, because we need to knock on we got to get to our own 98,000 folks. We need help to do that. We need bottled water. We need people to, donate if they can. But we also need you to share our stories, the honest, true stories, to get out there. And then also, if you hear of tragedies and everything, poisoned water issues, but we're also doing climate change, poisoned air, because we have an asphalt plant being put up right at the edge of Flint, because why not? We don't need clean air either. So, but it's not, again, we know it's not just happening to us, so we do want to connect with other people, so keep us connected. But again, supporting you guys, donating, sharing out the stories that you guys tell, because we know at least they're going to be the truth. But yeah, support Flint residents, because again, we don't just fight for ourselves, we're fighting for everybody else, because if we can use what's happened in Flint to fix it and prevent it from happening somewhere else, we're going to do that. And if we got to use our name to shame, and that's how we were able to get movement in Benton Harbor and Newark. We're just like, well, why are you treating your folks like Flint residents? Why are you doing that? And it shames them. So, okay, fine. If we're using our great name to shame people to get them to do it, great. But we've got to be able to know that these stories are happening. And without independent journalism and media and people actually, the people, everybody watching today, connecting us with what's actually happening, we're going to still be working in silos. So yeah, so keep connecting us. If you hear something happening, I heard you guys talking about that earlier, please let Status Coup know. Please let, reach out to all of us so we can make a big, strong network that they can no longer ignore, that they can no longer brush off. They can no longer just sit back and be like, well, they'll die soon, so whatever, just kind of, turn the other way and just ignore it. So, just please, please, please. And also, the love of God, please test your water, and please, 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 please protect yourselves and take care of yourselves, because we all need to be strong and healthy as possible to fight back against this.
And you want to know what? I'll say real quick. The people of Flint are rightly tired. I could tell you I'm writing a book, and it's been even hard to get people to talk because they're sick or tired or dead, unfortunately. So if you live near Michigan, if you live in Michigan, maybe it's time to go give Gretchen Whitmer and Dana Nessel a piece of your mind peacefully. We know the state capitol in Lansing, the attorney general, the governor's office. This ain't the Republicans anymore. The Democrats made a lot of promises to the people of Flint. And other than, MSNBC has Dana Nessel and Gretchen Whitmer on 24/7 and how wonderful they are and leaders of the resistance. Well, they've left Flint to rot. So if you live in Flint, if you live in Michigan, if you're close enough, maybe it's time people from outside try their hand to speak up for the people of Flint. Because let me tell you something, it's not a democracy if a city that was poisoned 9 years later does not have replacement pipes yet, does not have universal health care, because Libby, Montana, which is 96% white and had an asbestos crisis, they have Medicare for all. The people of Flint, 52% black, do not. And there's a lot of poor white people in Flint too. I could go on forever. We got to move on. But the point is, the people of Flint need help because you could only protest and be active for so long. Melissa's might as well be a Marvel superhero because she's sick and her kids are sick, but they continue on. So to all the people who bitch politically on a lot of other things, we could all agree, I hope, on this. Step in for the people who, besides the fact that they're tired, are working 2 to 3 jobs or whatever the case may be. The people of Flint need help because if they don't get help, trust me, Jackson, Mississippi ain't going to change. And East Chicago, Indiana, it's not going to change. And Detroit, which has a lot of water problems, it's not going to change. And we could go on and on and on. Melissa, like 1 more minute, parting thoughts.
Just, yeah, I adore you guys. I'm an angry person and all that stuff. And yeah, I do consider you a friend because nobody that's not a Flint resident has taken as many beatings and has still stayed with us and fought with us like you have. And, you've been awesome through all my personal stuff. You've been so patient with me, and then all of the fighting here and all of the just outrageous things and all the hard work you put in. We couldn't do this without you. We would lose so much hope because we don't have that kind of support here. So just anybody out there, whatever you can give, please, please, please keep Status Coup going because, Flint wouldn't be where we are without your journalism and your heart and, you trusting us to tell our story and to tell the truth. You trusting us and not the people who did this to us. So thank you, Status Coup, and thank you to everybody out there. You guys are all amazing, and just please, 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 please keep fighting. Don't give up.
Well, maybe if my wife is watching, we had a long fight about naming our kid Flint, so I lost. But all right, thank you, Melissa. We'll be in touch. Flint Rising. Go to flintrising.com. Melissa and other activists work. I think it's the best organization in Flint for the water crisis and other things. Thanks, Melissa. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
And joining us now is Marianne Williamson, 2020 presidential candidate, author, and who knows, might be running again. Recently opened an exploratory committee for a potential run. How you doing, Marianne?
I'm doing great. Thank you. That was very moving. Melissa Mays is really heroic.
Yeah, I know you've gotten involved and has taken an interest in what's going on there. And I think people who are running or not running need to, because it's beyond a humanitarian crisis still. So I wanted to start off. Obviously, there's a big fracas in terms of whether it's you or anybody else, run within the Democratic Party if you're running on a presidential level, third party, et cetera. I wanted to ask you, because I think a lot of people who are just fed up and don't want to run again in the Democratic Party just look at it as the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again. Obviously, we know what happened in 2016, 2020. DNC, tossed their whole body on the scale. So if you decide to run again within the Democratic Party, why would it be any different? A lot of people think it's insanity and it's a doomed effort before you start.
Well, I think that's a legitimate point, but I think it's also legitimate to ask, why do you think it's going to be any different if you run third party? First of all, nobody knows really more than I. You know, I have the visceral experience. I have the scars to prove it. I know what the DNC does. And in my case, I was simply a mere inconvenience, and I know the viciousness. So I'm not naive about any of that. But we have to look at the whole picture here. And I also want to point out, if you look at the Democratic Party, look at what happened even in these last midterms. Greg Cesar from Texas, Summer Lee from Pennsylvania, Celia Ramirez from Illinois. There are some new progressives in the House. So it's not like the fight's not going on there. At the same time, I certainly think third-party voices are significant. I don't minimize in any way the significance of the unholy alliance between the Democrats and the Republicans, by which third parties have been peripheralized. You know, abolition came from the Abolitionist Party. Women's suffrage came from the Women's Party. Social Security came from the Socialist Party. Political parties are not even mentioned in the Constitution. John Adams said they're the greatest threat to democracy. All that is true. But I also think it's naive to think if only we go third party. I know for myself, if I run, Jordan, I know that the effort on the part of the Democrats will be to invisibilize my candidacy. They will have an easier time invisibilizing my candidacy if I run as a third party. I want to be in there. If I run, I want to get to debate Joe Biden. I want to be able to actually be not easily ignored. And if I run as third party, it would be easier to ignore me, which is not to discourage people, particularly, individual races are different. There's some districts where you could get there as a third party person and it would help. But if somebody feels in their conscience and in their gut, the way I can best contribute to the fundamental change in this country is to go third party, then they should do that. But I don't think there should be this projection of guilt or this suspicion of people who go the other way. This is a whole systems breakdown we've got here, and we should use every option at our command to make a change. To me, that includes working within the Democratic Party.
And let me ask you a follow-up to that, because I can tell you, having covered particularly Bernie in 2016, I mean, they invisibilized him significantly. I remember I was at Washington Square Park. He had inside the park and outside the park almost 40,000 people, and they didn't show it on CNN. They showed Donald Trump's empty podium. So I think in terms of being indivisibilized, if you're one of the only candidates primarying President Biden, couldn't they also just ignore you then too?
Of course they will. Of course they will. But let's go back to the Bernie example, because that argues both things. On one hand, you're absolutely correct. At the very beginning of 2016 primary season, Bernie was getting the same number of people at his rallies that Donald Trump was getting. But the media thought they would get more clicks, more hits, more sensationalism out of running coverage of of Donald Trump than Bernie Sanders. Les Moonves made the pretty famous comment, bad for America, but good for CBS. We all know that. But then there's another hand on which you can't say he was invisibilized in the larger sense. I mean, he's Bernie Sanders. He has changed the ethers. Did they do him dirty? Absolutely. But it is in Medicare for All is in the ethers, political ethers, in a way it would not have been without his running. There are so many things that Bernie brought to the table. His entire analysis of the way a neoliberal establishment has suppressed and oppressed the working class people of the United States. So, if you have enough people behind you, even when the system seeks to invisibilize you, which they did with Bernie, which they would do with me, if you have enough people out there, especially on independent media, which is what we're talking about here, then they can't keep the truth down forever.
And last question on the third party element. What do you say to the argument that, well, that's all good and well, but how do you even build a third party if you don't have that first person go? You can't build it if you don't get somebody to start and kind of launch the effort, whether it be on the presidential level. You mentioned local levels, but let's talk presidential level. I agree with you. It would be a very uphill climb, likely not to succeed. But how would it ever succeed if someone like you doesn't, take the courageous stand and do it?
Well, you can't get more stardom than Ralph Nader. and there's still I think if Ralph Nader had run as a Democrat, he probably would have become president. So there are different ways to look at all of this. On one hand, you might be right, and maybe someone out there is feeling within themselves, I'm the one to do it. That's not my feeling. And one of the reasons it's not for me is because we don't have time. Even if you had someone do exactly what you just said and they were successful, the chances that they're actually getting within striking distance of the presidency, which Bernie did, are very, very small. And I think we're at a moment where rehearsal's over, grace period is over. So, the bottom line for me, Jordan, everybody should do what they feel called to do. I'm not going to live true to my heart, true to my gut on my position in one thing, but not on everything. If I do run, it's going to be living the alignment of what I feel deep within myself. And deep within myself, I feel that that's a way I can make the biggest contribution.
Democratic Party, third party, regardless. I got to tell you, I mean, I'm a journalist, but I shared my opinion during Bernie's 2 runs. I think he showed up to a knife fight holding a spoon. God bless him. But he would only go up to a certain line. There were many opportunities that he had to offer specifics on corruption regarding Hillary Clinton, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. Honestly, I think he let Joe Biden get away with political murder in terms of his civil rights record, his record in terms of African Americans, mass incarceration. I understand, his attitude was run a positive campaign, no personal attacks, but you have to contrast. You have to sometimes play hardball. And I think whether somebody runs in the primary or as a third party, I mean, for example, Zephyr Teachout, who was a surrogate of Bernie Sanders in 2020, wrote a piece for The Guardian. It was fact-based. It pointed out that Joe Biden had some corruption issues, and Bernie's campaign, it was coming from Bernie, totally walked it back. If you run against Biden, are you willing to go there? I mean, not personal pot shots, but on his record, because I think the Democratic electorate was a lot of that got hid from them due to media and other resources.
Bernie is a U.S. senator. He is an institutionalist, and I think he had some assumptions, had some trust. That if Biden won, we know he wanted to be labor secretary, then was not given that position and so forth. Bernie has done so much for this country and certainly has done so much for the progressive movement. I don't want to be taking out a baseball bat against Bernie here either. We all can look and we can learn. Obviously, I can tell you this much. I have said this to many people. If I do this, I'm not doing this just to make a point. I've already made a point. And I can also tell you as a writer, if you want to make a point much easier with a lot less stuff thrown at you, you don't run for president. So if I run for president, I can tell you that much. If I run for president, I am really running for president, and that should be the answer to your question.
Well, you said make a point. Are you willing on the debate stage to point out the donors? I mean, Biden at this point is trying to privatize Medicare under the cloak of darkness. There's a lot of issues.
Wait, there's no evidence. Now, wait a minute. There's no evidence that Joe Biden is trying to privatize Medicare under the cloak of darkness. The Republicans are certainly trying to do that.
Well, no, I mean, David Sirota has reported that he's kept a lot. Biden has continued a lot of President Trump's policies that was essentially backdoor trying to privatize elements of Medicare.
Well, I have not seen that particular David Sirota coverage, but I will certainly look at it. Listen, if I run, it's clearly because I oppose the incremental approach of the Biden administration. What other reason would there be for me to do that? When you have a promise that you're going to cancel college loan debt and then just really shave off not enough to make a fundamental difference in most people's lives who carry those debts. When you promise that you are going to raise the minimum wage, and then although you do it for federal workers, you just sort of let the parliamentarian be your cover and don't fight forward any further than that. When you pass a child tax credit that for 6 months cuts child poverty in half, but then you just don't bring, don't make the fight, don't go out there to permanentize it. When you don't do anything in the movement towards universal health care, when you are willing to continue to play with Saudi Arabia while this incredible while this incredible war in Yemen is going on, when you have not made any statement about the incredible far-right move that's going on in Israel, when you are apparently okay with the $858 billion defense budget, when actually, even though there is money in the Inflation Reduction Act that will create new investment opportunities for green energy, all of that is nullified by the fact that between the defense budget, which is the largest carbon emitter of all, and you are willing to actually okay more drilling permits even than Trump did, thereby continuing to build the infrastructure for fossil fuel extraction at the very time that we should be stepping all this down. There's plenty to offer as a progressive alternative to what I see. You know, the way I look at it, Jordan, I see the Republicans as a nosedive for our democracy, but I see the Democrats as a managed decline. I see the entire last 40 plus years as an aberrational chapter in American history. American capitalism has gone off the rails. It is unfettered. It is unregulated. It is soulless. It has caused a massive theft from the middle class and the poor in this country of both money and political power, leverage, and opportunity. There's plenty to talk about without personalizing it. But if I run, it will be to make the point that nothing that the corporatist Democrats stand for is a genuine fundamental alternative to the Republicans. It is still a corporatist neoliberal system that supports the matrix of corporate tyrants. That's what these people are. They're corporate tyrants. We don't have universal health care because of the insurance companies, which are completely unnecessary. We don't have affordable insulin and other drugs because of the pharmaceutical companies. We have disgusting poisoning of our air, of our water, as Melissa Mays said, of our food because of big ag, big food, big chemical companies, the chemicals in our pesticides that harm a child's brain, fossil fuel extraction, what it's doing to the planet, what it's doing to our air. Far too much military influence in our foreign policy because of the military-industrial complex. If we don't create an actual alternative to the Republicans, they will win in 2024. We have to do more than just talk about the amelioration of stress. We have to be the Democratic Party, or whoever is going to do it, needs to present to the American people the option of a U-turn, the option of fundamental economic reform in this country, which means a lot more than tinkering around the edges, a lot more than playing footsies under the table with corporate America in ways that the Biden administration is far too eager to do.
I want to turn to the latest black man to be assassinated by police. Obviously, there's so many more that we have not seen the video of, that we don't know their names. And frankly, I mean, we're two white people, so obviously I don't want to speak out of turn, but I'm just fed up with cable news coverage and the same old shit. We need to have a conversation and better training and et cetera, et cetera. I don't really have the answer in terms of how you can't really reform lack of humanity, but I think we've had a black president in the last decade who did very little, and we obviously have had two white presidents who have done very little. The Democratic Party also basically stripped out qualified immunity out of their George Floyd Policing Act. What will change unless a potential president takes executive actions to, actually add some meat on the bone where police, in addition to criminal charges, can face civil penalty as well?
Well, first of all, he did take some executive action, but you are absolutely correct. He should be talking about it this morning. And to me, it's not only the Tyre Nichols. I'm very concerned about the Tortuguita murder. The police say he shot first, but there's no evidence of that. The body cameras were off. Big shock. We have never had an environmental activist that we know of that's been killed by the police here in the United States. That happened just a week after the Tyre Nichols murder. And of course, the existence and the building of these cop cities, which is absolute infrastructure for police state. So the last thing we should be doing through cop cities or any other policy is actually giving more resources to a system that has clearly already become a rogue institution. There is talk about the George Floyd Policing Act, which would have passed in the Senate. It did pass in the House. It would have passed in the Senate had it not been for Manchin and Sinema. But as you just mentioned, it was still giving a $900 million to a system that some people say you can't trust these people when you say reform and training and diversity and giving them more money, when clearly that's not working. Some of the social justice organizations are putting forth something called the Breathe Act. Senator Markey and one of the squad, I can't remember which, have
Ayanna Pressley
putting back the ending qualified immunity. But I think one of the things the president can do is use the bully pulpit on this. The American people must recognize what we all already know to be true. Police brutality, this is a very serious issue. And I'll just tell you something else, especially now that we see what's happened with the environmental activists. When Melissa Mays was making the point, so I thought very eloquently and profoundly, don't think it couldn't happen to you. I think we need to see this about police brutality as well. Once you have this kind of carte blanche, you know, what we do is we hold individual police accountable sometimes. We need to do more than just hold individual police accountable sometimes. We need to hold the institution accountable. And it's not an easy thing to do. We know about police gangs. We know about infiltration by white supremacy groups. It's a very, very serious problem. But at the very, very least, the president can talk about it in blunt, unequivocal, and honest terms so that the people of the United States can rise up on local and state levels as well as federal. And we do need federal legislation, but we need to recognize this as the emergency that it is. When you have Black mothers who are afraid to ask their sons to go to or their husbands to go to the corner to get a pint of milk, because God forbid they be stopped at for a traffic infraction and then treated like an enemy by the police, you've got a 5-alarm fire on your hands, and we need to treat it as such.
And also, I would add, when you have protesters being charged with domestic terrorism for protesting in a tree.
That's exactly right. And notice how I'm so glad that you mentioned that. So the Georgia police had said that the environmental activists who were the forest defenders on the southeast forest there, by the way, one of the most important environmental resources that we have in the southeast portion of the United States, they said that the Department of Homeland Security had labeled them as violent extremists. And the DHS came out and said, no, we haven't. And yet Georgia did continue, as you said, charging them as domestic terrorists. All of this, and this goes all the way back to Stephen Donziger, right? These are all ways that the system is, the corporate system and the governmental system in many cases, is trying to freeze environmental activism. And that goes back to you, Jordan, and kudos to you and others in independent media who, despite the fact that the mainstream media is not covering this even a fraction as they should, you're out there and you're doing it. So congratulations and good on you. And I hope that you receive all the resources you need, and also congratulations on a baby.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I want to turn to Russia, Ukraine. I understand we're all humans. We care about the people of Ukraine. Ukraine did not invade itself. We should care about, Somalia and Pakistan and Afghanistan and not just, white countries that are invaded. But what do you say to people, myself included? I mean, it just seems like there's like a blank check here for Ukraine, but not serious efforts by Biden to actually try to accelerate diplomacy, try to make a deal. It seems like the United States is backing endless war. That doesn't mean Putin isn't to blame, but what do if you're president today, how do you end this war? Because we're sending more money to Ukraine than Flint and many other places have gotten in a decade.
First of all, the United States doesn't have the power. Neither Ukraine nor Russia are interested right now in sitting down at the table. So it's not like the United States could just say, make that happen. The money, I don't think it's accurate to say we're giving a blank check. We are giving financial support and military support. There is no doubt about that, which I support. I support the same way that other leftists in Europe support. The Green Party of Germany supports the giving of those tanks. You know, the Europeans take a very different view of this. The left in Europe takes a very different view of this. Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, the Scandinavian countries, and some leftists that I know in Europe think, I find it very odd that the left here seems to be what they perceive to be soft on Putin. So if we want to take, it should not be in addition to that $858 billion, which is already obscene. Take from the $55 billion that we're giving to the nuclear industry. There are ways that that could be taken from money that we already have. So it should not be additional expense. But I do not agree that withdrawing support from Ukraine is responsible to democracy. It is responsible to the West. I understand. Look, I think anybody who'd be watching your program understands that the United States, in terms of NATO, in terms of the Aegis missiles that were in Poland and Romania, it's not that the United States has been blameless here. But the fact that we have not been blameless does not mean that Putin has the right to invade a sovereign country like this. The United States invading Iraq the way we did is what created the model for this kind of insanity. But that doesn't mean it's okay. The fact that the United States has so diminished our own moral authority is a terrible issue here. But none of that to me means, therefore, that it's okay what Putin is doing, or that the United States does not owe it to the rest of the Western alliance and Western democracy to stop this right here. In my opinion, we're going to do it now, or we're going to do it later, and it will be a whole lot worse later.
Pushback to that, you think the United States, who's the leading superpower in the world, who frankly is NATO, has no power here to kickstart diplomacy? I agree with you on Putin. I don't understand these so-called leftists on the left who are allergic to criticizing Putin. I mean, he is a brutal madman.
Very brutal.
You know, but I would disagree that we don't have some say here, and we can't.
I didn't say we didn't have say here. I didn't say we didn't have say here.
Well, you were saying
I didn't say that we're not the most important factor.
Ukraine and Russia don't want to go to the table. Therefore, what can we do? Is what I heard.
Well, right now, both Ukraine and Russia are saying, "Hey, wait a minute, we're winning." I mean, that's the position of both of those countries right now. So maybe you're right. Maybe the United States could say, "Hey, guys, stop right now." I'm not under the impression that the United States could say, "Hey, guys, stop right now. Let's come to the table. We're going to have a talk." That evidence does not. There's no evidence for the fact that either Zelensky or Putin would say, "Oh, okay." Those guys are at war, and they both think that they're winning, and that's the way it is.
And last question, you know, you've talked. I thought it was refreshing in 2020. You talked a lot about spirituality and kind of moral decay and these things, and I think it's only gotten worse. I think there's a lot of anger right now, frankly, understandable on the left. People feeling angry and cynical and desperate, economically, socially. On the right, I mean, we've seen violence erupting, fascism, I believe, growing in the United States. There's always politicians blowing smoke on campaigns about healing the soul and bridging divides. But do you understand that anger? Because I think some people who might disagree with you on running as a Democrat or this and that, they're feeling very angry and cynical and just it's all corrupt and everyone's corrupt. And I feel like they feel certain people aren't understanding their anger. So I wanted to give you an opportunity.
Well, anybody who's read my books or really read any of my issues or actually heard what I was saying on the campaign trail, I don't think they would think that I don't understand that. I think I've written books about it, and I not only understand it, but I experience it to a large extent. In 2016, there were two candidates who said to the American people, "You're right. You have been completely, the system is rigged against you, and you have a right to be angry. I understand your anger." Those two candidates were Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders. And it was the DNC, as we know, who suppressed the candidacy of Bernie Sanders. And I think the American people would have voted for Bernie over Trump. But a woman who strides out there and strolls out there and says, "Let's just continue the success of the last 8 years," made many people feel, what success? I'm drowning here. Of course, people have legitimate rage. Legitimate rage at the last 40 some odd years has been a massive transfer of wealth into the hands of 1% of people. It has been sucking the juice out of economic and political and social opportunity from the vast majority of people in this country. I remember the 1970s. In the 1970s, the average American worker could afford a house, could afford a car, could afford a yearly vacation, could afford to send their kids to college. And if one parent chose to stay home, they could. It is public policy which has changed this. It is public policy which, through tax policies, through corporate subsidies, through stock options, through so many ways that corporate America has been handed the keys to the kingdom, has stolen from the majority of people to the point where 63% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Do I understand the anger? Of course I do. However, at the same time, I agree with Gandhi that the end is inherent in the means. Everything we do is infused with the consciousness with which we do it. There is a level of personal anger which, while understandable, is not a success strategy. Martin Luther King said you have no morally persuasive power with people who can feel your underlying contempt. So to me, anger as a motivation for political activism, personal anger, see, to me, moral outrage is not born of anger. Moral outrage is born of love. As a mother, I am morally outraged at what's happening to this planet, that my child's supposed to breathe. I am morally outraged about what's happening in Flint. I agree with Melissa Mays. It's happening, and I said on the Democratic debate stage, it's happening everywhere. Don't kid yourself. I am morally outraged about what happened to Tortuguita. I am morally outraged about Tyra Nichols. I am morally outraged about Cop Cities. But that moral outrage can come from, it's the fierce divine mother. The mother energy, which will do anything to protect our cubs. If it is just low-grade anger, it becomes like white sugar. And so it's like an adrenaline rush, and then you crash. This is a marathon. And if I run for president, it's going to be a marathon. So everybody needs to get, some days they're going to hit at us. Some days we're going to have to punch every day. We're going to have to counter punch on some days. Listen, I know what they do. I know what it's like to wake up every morning and they're lying about you, they're smearing, whatever it is. But we're going to have the kind of emotional discipline and intellectual discipline. We're going to have to read Gandhi. We're going to have to read Martin Luther King. Otherwise, we won't be the people. We won't have the characterological aspects of leadership that will enable us to pierce this veil and turn this country around. Low-grade personal anger, all it will do is get you agreement from the people who already agree with you. We have to evolve to a much higher level of empowerment and the assumption of power than just that level of anger will get us. We need to be so clear that this is in honor of our ancestors, this is in devotion to our descendants, and we don't even have time to indulge in the kind of low-grade anger that will only slow us down.
And one more quick one. The media really pushed electability in 2020 for Joe Biden. I think it was a lot of hot air, but it was effective. Polls are very early, but right now Joe Biden is actually down to Donald Trump. And Ron DeSantis. I think Bernie made a mistake when asked, does he think Biden could beat Trump? He said yes. Okay, then why do we need you? Obviously, the polls are very early, but do you think President Biden is weak if it's against Trump or DeSantis or someone else?
Yes, I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking about running. I think we need a genuine alternative.
Says it all. You think you'll be making a decision in the next few weeks, months?
Oh, yeah. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about it, because I appreciate the conversation. And I think, the scuttlebutt's out there. And part of my decision making is discerning how other people feel about it. So conversations like you and I just had are giving me the opportunity to put out there what I would stand for if I did run. So thank you. And
yes.
Just on a personal, not a totally personal note, on a professional note as well, I think what you do is so important. You probably remember, maybe you do, when I first contacted you, I didn't know you, but I noticed you and I was what you do is so important. And thank you. Thank you. I know I speak for a lot of people, and thanking you for what you continue to focus on, whether it's Flint, protests anywhere, because you're absolutely right. If the independent media doesn't do it, it doesn't get done.
Right. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time. Take care.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Much love. Bye.
So that was Marianne Williamson. Seems like she's running. I got to say, seems like she's running, but I think that was a pretty informative interview. Yeah, I think people, both domestically, foreign policy, she kind of made it clear where she stands on a lot of things. I don't agree with her on everything, but yeah, I think on the left, we have to get out of this. Listen, as I always say, you got to support whoever you want, whether you want to vote for a Democrat or not vote for a Democrat, whether you want to just check out electorally and throw yourself into protests. It's really up to you guys and gals what you want to do. It's not for me, a journalist. I think sometimes people get it twisted and think it's like reporters' jobs to like push your strategy or, you know, jump on board with your strategy. That's not the role of a reporter. Obviously, I have my opinions, but like it's not a reporter's role to directly organize in pushing them enter, them exit, third party, whatever. It is my job to cover what's going on in the movement. I'm proud to say we covered and interviewed, I believe, more than any third party candidates last go around. Hey, Zaina. I interviewed Matthew Ho, I think 4 times. I interviewed Jonathan Howe. I hope I'm pronouncing I always get their names confused. Jonathan Howe, who was basically screwed in New York. He ran in AOC's district as a libertarian. I didn't agree with his politics completely, but he was disenfranchised. We interviewed him. I interviewed independents in Kansas, I think it was. A couple other third-party candidates. So in 2016, I fought with Cenk when I was at TYT to send me on the road to cover Jill Stein. Nobody was covering her other than calling her a fucking, crazy person. So we're not here. Frankly, I did cover MPP until I realized that this is not a serious effort. So yeah, we're open to covering third parties too, but I'm not going to ignore if there's candidates running in the Democratic Party, because it's our role to kind of cover it all. We'll give our opinions. Zaina and I probably don't completely agree on running in the Dem primary versus third party, but I think we should all start agreeing that we don't have to agree on every single thing. I mean, this mentality has become toxic on the left, that if you are of a different mindset, then you are a bad person, or you're a sellout, or you're as Christian Smalls said, that is not how you build coalitions to win anything. You cannot build coalitions, period, whether it's politically or outside electoral politics, if the main requirement is that you agree on 100% of things.
If Marianne wants to run for president, we need to be able to ask her the questions, push back when it's inaccurate, just like you did. I mean, yes, Biden has been working directly in the Biden administration to privatize Medicaid. She said she hadn't heard. Maybe she'll go research that now, which would be great. But we have to be able to ask questions and let the people who are being interviewed answer those questions, so that the people who are listening can make up their minds on how they feel about it. That's the job and role of a journalist. I'm an activist and a journalist. I've done both, but sometimes I have to take off that organizer hat when interviewing, because I have to keep in mind it's not just my opinion. When you're interviewing someone, the opinion that they have or what they're saying is what people need to hear. For instance, some of the things I got from this interview, that stuck out to me, was one of the faults, I think, of Bernie was that he was unwilling to do what Donald Trump did and said, if you screw me over as the Republican Party, I'm going to run independent regardless. And I feel like, if you come in with that stance, that there's a possibility you're going to run with a third party or you're going to run independent, that puts pressure on the party not to suppress you, because it scared the hell out of the Republicans. Also, with the 100 campaigns that I helped, the candidates that weren't willing to call out the corruption and to really hone in on the past records of those candidates that they were running against, of those Democratic Party candidates especially, who went soft on them, did not draw a juxtaposition. So like when it comes to Crime Bill Joe, and when it comes to Cop City, when it comes to this, talking about what we've been talking about here on Status Coup, which is the history of racist policies that Joe Biden has promoted and literally had his name at the top of these pieces of policy, will be critical for Marianne to bring up, because because Bernie went soft on that, and he's still getting criticized for that. So anybody who wants to run to challenge Joe Biden, I believe coming in, doing coaching before, for debates, helping candidates, if you don't draw that clear distinction with the incumbent, and if you come out like Bernie did and you say Biden and I are friends, it's not going to work. So that would be that's one of the takeaways that I had. But also the second takeaway is you're not going to know what these candidates have to say if you don't ask them. You have to ask the questions, and it needs to be brought to the voters so that they can decide, because ultimately it's up to each individual whether they want to vote third party, Republican, Democrat. Of course, I don't support the Democratic Party. I support the development of third parties, but it's also a journalist's job to bring that information to you for you to decide. And I think that's one thing that's been a little bit missing in independent media, is that the host, it's all about their opinion, and it's less about the person who is being interviewed and what they have to say. So you never hear from Marianne if you don't let her answer the questions. That's the same for anyone that's being interviewed. Push back when it's untrue. Be sure that you highlight corruption when you're interviewing someone who is a incumbent, and their record, and stick to the facts.
And listen, like you said, everybody's got different agendas. So like, I don't think I personally try not to go into interviews with an agenda, because you have to be nimble and you have to be flexible based on what they're saying. If they're bullshitting you, you need to push back. Or if they don't know something and it seems like they genuinely don't know it, you need to tell them you're wrong, which I tried to do on the Medicare part. But you shouldn't be going into interviews, even if you personally think somebody's full of it and this and that, with a personal agenda to like get her on this and get her on this or get him on that, because then it's just it's just a volleyball of bullshit at that point. You need to,
unless you're bringing a fact to the table and you want their opinion on that fact. If you're interviewing Ron DeSantis about the Stop Woke Act, I'm sure that you're going to have a ton of questions that have to do with those facts. And access journalism prevents those questions from being asked. And I think it's important that Status Coup and that other news organizations, which I've seen Status Coup do, is to actually bring those facts to the table when you come, and not be afraid to ask the questions, because you want to keep access journalism. And that's why today, when I saw the pushback on Medicare for All, when I saw that the tough questions on Ukraine, I appreciated that, because we have to be able to bring the facts to the table and then ask where do you stand on this? Because that's what people want to know.
And I also think one of the things she said that I thought was important to ask her about and get it from her is, I think a lot of people forget like Dem party or third party, whatever. But I've heard from people them saying like, oh, she's PMC, or like just like an out of touch elitist. So I wanted to ask her, like, do you get the anger out here? Because I think Bernie got it. Say what you want about Bernie. I don't think he needed to be instructed on how people are suffering. And I wanted to hear from her, do you truly get the level of suffering and anger, and just people are at their wits' end with the Democratic Party and all politics at all? You could judge what her answer was, but I really wanted to get from her a little emotion if she gets it. And I also wanted to hear from her, why is this going to be any different? Because I do get when people say, well, why am I going to invest my money again? And why am I going to volunteer again? Well, we've been screwed twice. I personally, and I've said this, I personally believe that if anyone told you this was going to be easy and we would just get a president in in 2 election cycles and it would only take 5 years, I think, including Bernie, maybe he was wrong to say revolution, because people got their hopes up that this is a revolution. This shit is hard work, and most movements take a long time. That's not me calling for incrementalism. That's just me telling you the facts. Most political and outside political movements take a long time. There's ways to speed it up. And I agree, Zaina, in conversations we've had, she's opened my mind more to how third parties can be more successful than maybe I thought. So that's the point of dialogue. That's the point of having people that disagree with you. If you just want to watch shit that literally validates what you already think 100% of the time, you're a Fox News viewer. You're a right winger. That's what the right wing and how they have trained their audience to basically feed them red meat. And to be fair, MSNBC too. Blue meat or whatever you want to say.
They all do. Clickbait is what brings people in. It's basically like the National Enquirer was 20 years ago on our supermarket shelves, but now it's what you see on YouTube. It's what you see in the mainstream media. It's what you see everywhere. And there's very few. One of the best ways, we're already looking toward the 2024 election because we know that that's what people focus on are the presidential elections. But right now, the right wing especially, and corporate Democrats are gaining a tremendous amount of power and have power at the state and local levels and state municipalities, state houses, and they're passing legislation near daily that's extremely oppressive, that's corporate friendly, that's taking away our civil liberties and chipping them away bit by bit, that's defanging protest, that's defanging strikes and uprisings such as workers' rights uprisings. And so we also have to be able to have a news agency that's out there that isn't always just going to report on the shiny thing that's going to get the clicks, but that's going to be on the ground talking about the local legislation that's impacting you directly, to hear the stories coming in about what's happening in the communities. And that's one way to fight against the incrementalism, is to work on local, state, and ballot initiatives. Roger Meadows, who's on here a lot and is on all the shows and pushes all the time, is always talking about how we have to still report on ballot initiatives. We have to still report on local organizing. So as we look toward the presidency, you also want a news agency that's going to cover outside of what the mainstream media is talking about 24/7.
Absolutely. We have one more interview to play, but we want to give shout outs first. I am so incredibly grateful. We got $1,000 donation during that interview. I don't know if that person wants their name read, so I'm just going to say, Barbara, thank you so much for that. I mean, that makes a huge, huge difference, those kind of donations. Thank you, Barbara. That put us we're now at $7,820 raised. So obviously we're not getting to 20 grand today. That was kind of an uphill climb in 2 days. But hey, in 2 days, we've raised almost $8,000. So that ain't nothing. And I really, really appreciate Barbara and every person, small dollar donations, big dollar donations. This is how we cover the costs of John down in Memphis, it's awesome. Thank you, Colin, for making it work. We were able to show John covering the protests on the ground in Memphis while we've been live. Again, Tina just got back from Cop City. We're going to send Lewis to the border soon. I'm going to get back on the ground in a little bit after the newborn's a couple weeks older. So if you can, keep donating. We're going to keep this fundraiser going all week. We won't have like mega guests every day, but we're going to keep the fundraiser going. By the way, it takes a lot to plan 2 days with all these guests. So thanks to everybody who helped out. But I wanted to give a shout out. Colin, you put it here.
Where it says people on the right side, you click on the private chat there, and comments are in the top right comment, and then hit starred.
Ooh, so many steps. Veronica, $6.99, appreciate it. Keith, $1.99. Teresa, $10, super sticker, thank you. Charles, $5. Have you played Justice for All yet? No. Were we supposed to? I don't know. $20. Biden is Biden embarrassing. I like that. Oh boy, if Kamala Harris, forget it. Oh my God. Identity politics Super Bowl. Momo, $15. Keep up the great works. Thank you. Danny, new YouTube member. Appreciate it. Danny, new YouTube member, left $10. I should say we didn't want to push too many things at once because we can't ask 25 things. But membership is how we grow for the long haul. So if you could become a Status Coup member, a lot of you who donated are already Status Coup members. But if you could become a Status Coup member, I hope over the last 2 days we've showed you and made you proud of what your membership is going to. It's on the ground reporting. It's paying for Colin and Zaina and Lewis and Tina and Ron and Kim and hopefully Lewis and Steve Grumbine and hopefully other people we could bring on. So definitely support us if you can. That's statuscoup.com/join. Statuscoup.com/join. We have levels as low as $5 a month and a couple levels higher than that. That Debbie super sticker, $3. Trace super sticker, $5. Neo's algorithm, $4.99. Force the primary, 2024. Hi, Marianne. Let's get Status Coup to the $20,000 goal. You know something funny that happened, which shows how tech illiterate I am? Last night at like 10:30, I was watching Francis Fisher's film on Sacred Ground, and I saw at the top of my Twitter like spaces, Twitter spaces, and I've never done one, so I just thought if I click on it, like nobody would see that I'm in it, and I could just listen. But I think it was Neo Algorithm's Twitter spaces, and I clicked on it, and immediately they brought me in, and I was like on for like a half hour at like 11 o'clock at night. So now I know if you click on a Twitter spaces, they could see you. But I enjoyed it. I enjoy being on with you, Neo Algorithm. Damani Carter, $10. Thank you. I don't know if I could pronounce that, but $5. Are you wild? Or would likely be content with the land bridge to their only year-long warm water port. Them wild storm Kiev and get quick concessions first. I think I missed a few words in there. I'm not sure. Do you know what that means?
I'm not sure. I think it's talking about restoring infrastructure to Kiev, but I'm not 100% sure.
Got it. Colin, did I miss any on the donor site?
Direct donations, yes. If the private chat there, they also sometimes have messages as well.
Private chat.
On the right side, it says 3 people. You click on that.
All right. $25. I read those. Hold on. $20, Michael. $10, Rebecca. Roger Meadows. $2 tip again. For the 4th year in a row, we are still #1 in income inequality. Our New York State lawmakers, even the most left ones, gave themselves a pay raise that Hochul signed. You know, it's really, it is a real impressive accomplishment to be worse than Andrew Cuomo, but Kathy Hochul's really getting there. Holy shit. Kathy Hochul signed into law. So in a matter of 4 years, New York State lawmakers went from 79,500 to 110,000 and will soon be getting to 142,000. That's a $62,000 jump, 78% increase. That's another great thing about this job. You learn something from the viewers because I didn't know about that.
I actually got, if you don't care if I read it really quick, Jordan, I've got Roger messaged me. He said that we missed like half of his stuff yesterday. So if I could read it off really quick, I think he's got a lot of good points in there. Do you mind?
I don't mind, but I have to go because my in-laws are over and I'm keeping them waiting. So can you finish the chat and finish the stream?
Sure.
We're going to play the next interview after you read these chats, which is going to be fire. So don't go anywhere. Olayemi Olurin and Kim Brown. So they talk about Cop City, Tyree Nichols, and I haven't seen it yet, but I'm going to be watching it. So I just don't want to be rude to my in-laws because they've been waiting for me. But yeah, if you could read those, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Can do. Colin, if you could DM any ones that I may have missed to the private chat, I could pull those up. Do you care to? And I can read off.
Jordan leaving actually erased them all, so
no.
It's here. I'll manually read. Let me see where we left off. We had a $50 donation from Rachel. This will be relatively slow, so bear with me. We had the $1,000 donation. They actually had a message. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your honest and uncensored coverage of the important issues the mainstream media ignores. Thanks, Jordan, Tina, Colin, Ron, and everyone. So thank you again for that generous donation. We got $30 from Raina. It says, keep up the great work. $5 from Jonathan. $20 from Mindy, who says, the journalism, I find it reliable. Grateful to Jordan, Tina, Steve, Wrong. Thank you. Thank you. Allison donated $200. Thank you very much. Janet was $35. It said, love Status Coup. And then finally we had Windra with $20.24, who said, Ron Placone brought me back.
Oh, we love Ron. Awesome.
That catches, well, let me double check, make sure nothing new. Yeah, that catches us up for now.
Thanks so much, Colin. Really appreciate that. Been doing the work on the back end, and I know you're not feeling well, so we appreciate you as well. And I'll go ahead and read what Rogers had from yesterday, because we don't want to miss anyone's comments here. Every state must be a CBI state, citizen ballot initiative, so voters can ratify their own amendments to the state constitution. Now, remember, keep in mind, this is outside of his comment, but only 26 states have ballot measures, and an enormous amount of ballot measures were passed, as well as constitutional amendments in 2022, marking it as a landmark year. Everything from prison slavery to the legalization of marijuana to state healthcare plans were on the ballot in 2023, as well as abortion was on the ballot in state initiatives. So those are very important to keep an eye on. To ratify their own amendments to their state constitutions, you've got New Jersey, New York, Kentucky, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, New Hampshire, Vermont, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, Maryland, New Mexico, and Louisiana. Indiana, Wisconsin, Kansas, Iowa, Maine, Arkansas, Idaho, and let's see, Texas. Voters of all of these states need to have the ability to amend their state constitutions to ratify their own amendments. We must fight in our own states. The feds are not coming to rescue. It's true. We must get it done at home. If you're in a blue state, register people left of the Dem party as independent. If you're in a red state, register people right of the GOP as ND2 to provide an exit strategy and safety net for incumbents who wish to leave their party to jump onto. Then push leadership from the outside. Put a legislative initiative before voters allow them to place their own initiatives. So that they can ratify their own amendments to the state constitution. We need at least 40 states total to have this ability for voters to do. That's true. In order to get it passed federally, we would need at least 40 states. I am a party abolitionist. We need no parties. And Tina and I have talked about that before, how parties can create a partisan divide and also partisan loyalty that can impact communities and cause like a area where people pay attention to the parties and the representatives instead of the policy. Run CBIs that abolish all political parties at every state level. After we do that and start passing these policies, we want at every state level with public banks to create the surplus needed in the states to fund our own social safety net programs and regulatory agencies and support for worker co-ops, then tackle federal government. Jordan, no offense, but the first person I saw cover Flint was Maddow back in 2015. Now, once she dropped into Russiagate later that year is when I saw you pick it up since. The last one was Pedro, but he's gone. Okay. So that's what we've got from Roger Meadows. Thank you so much, Roger. And that's the thing is, if you actually listen to people on the ground, you actually talk to organizers, you can learn of a lot of different strategies that's going on that's in and outside of electoral politics in order to make change today. We talked about incrementalism. We talked about things taking time, but we've got strikes that are just like Chris Mall said, this is going to be a great year for labor. If folks hadn't early on covered the railroad strike, I know that Status Coup was literally one of the first news outlets to cover the railroad strikes last year. if we have news agencies that can get out the information, then it gets to the people that can then go and get involved with everything from mutual aid to building co-ops to striking to social issues involving racism, domestic violence, policies that need to be passed, and these horrible legislation that's being passed in state houses to cut back funding for domestic violence, funding to help protect people against sexual assault, funding for subsidies for childcare, education. Right now, our student loans are about to come due in a couple of months. And I know that a lot of people are under tremendous amount of burden because we were told, go to college, get the degrees. That's the only way you can get a job. And so there's so many bubbles about to bust in this country, and there are ways that we can lean in and help each other, but we won't know how to help, just like Melissa Mays told us ways that we can help Flint and other places with the water crisis and environmental crises going on. So if we don't see the information, it's not going to be able to connect. It's critical to get those stories out there. We appreciate every single person who's donated today. If you can give, like I said, $1, $2 help. Signing up for memberships helps us to be able to create monthly budgets so that we can know, hey, we bring this many people on, we can do this much work. We can go ahead and bake into the pie on the ground coverage as well, so that we have a certain amount set aside to be continually doing on the ground work. So if you guys could help with that, if you could donate, we appreciate every single person who's tuned in. And thank you so much for taking the time to watch, sharing the streams, engaging in chat. Love to hear from you guys and what you all have to say, and the fact that that's part of it, being able to talk with one another while the live streams are happening and hear from people in their communities. Sometimes we have stuff come across the chats that are actions and things going on that we pick up and become stories. So please engage with the community, come and join us, hit that like button, subscribe, and donate if you can. Next up, we have an interview with Olayemi Olurin. I love her. And with the amazing badass Kim Brown from Black Power Media and Burn It Down with Kim Brown. She's a badass. So I helped set this interview up because I wanted to hear from them both in the same room, because they're two of my favorite people out there. I love them, and they're very powerful voices, and they're always bringing the facts. And they're going to be talking about what happened with Tyree Nichols, the growing epidemic that's already always been of police brutality and the industrialized military police state, as well as the privatization of policing. And they're going to be talking about Cop City. And Kim Brown was one of the first people to interview folks organizing with Cop City. So she's a badass. So yeah, Colin, without further ado, thank you guys so much. Let's take a listen to Kim Brown and Olay, and you guys have a great day. And thanks again so much for joining us. And hey, Renee.
Still remains reeling after Friday, January 27th. The Memphis Police Department released the body cam worn footage of the beating death of Tyree Nichols, the 29-year-old father who himself was apparently, from all accounts, trying to merely save his own life from a very perilous situation that the Memphis Police Department put him in. 5 of those police officers have been criminally charged with felonies ranging from second-degree murder to aggravated assault to official officer misconduct. Today on Status Coup, we're joined with Olayemi Olurin. She is an abolitionist, a defense attorney, and obviously someone that is very well versed not only on the issues surrounding police violence and brutality, but the overall injustice of the American carceral system. Ole, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
You know, I mean, I have my own YouTube channel. It's called Burn It Down with Kim Brown. And last night I went to my show, my live stream, intentionally late, because the ways in which this particular police murder captured on body cam footage was preceded by so much caution and heads up and clear preparedness for the state for what the people may do once this footage was officially out was so very, very telling. What is your takeaway, not only from the footage, which I assume that you saw, but the response coming from nationally, the police at the local level, coming from President Joe Biden, and then the response that we saw last night in the streets?
America has a way, I believe, in the wake of these kinds of routine and repeat tragedies of feigning ignorance. And that's what I think we've seen happening here. Like it would be unreasonable for us as a country to pretend like we haven't seen this before. LAPD killed 3 people at the top of this year, like alone, right? We had over 1,195 police killings last year. So this is something that is very much so how America and how policing conducts itself. I think what I thought when, based on everything that they prefaced before they released the video, I think this is a sacrifice. This is a way to deflect, right? Because there are five Black police officers now. They were quick. They were willing to concede criminality to them. They were willing to say this is the worst video of all time. This video is gruesome. Is it the worst police brutality video of all time? Exceptionally so. No, that's the sad part. But they were willing to present it that way because America would feed into a narrative like that. Okay, look at and it's telling based on how you've seen it be covered. You already see Republicans covering it not as police brutality, but as Black on Black crime. They were quick to discard, any level of the shielding and protection that they give cops. And now it's, they're just thugs. They were quick to concede criminality to them. That being said, that to me is not a reason to defend these cops. That at all, right? I think this is a reflection of systemic racism and how white supremacy functions, because it's a mistake to believe that diverse police departments will snap out the problem. If an institution is racist, if it is systemically racist, if they teach you to marginalize, to beat and brutalize people who look like you, it doesn't matter if you will get other people who look like that to conduct this. This isn't new. James Baldwin has talked about this. NWA has talked about this. It goes across the range. Our community knows that Black police are just as complicit in the abuse and the brutalization as white police, but this allows them to deflect. I also think the second part that's important beyond systemic racism is looking at white supremacy and how that really functions, because you will not be protected you can go choose as a Black person to go be an agent of white supremacy too. And they will allow you to do that. They will allow you to participate in the subjugation of your own community. But when it comes down to it, they will not protect you. And that's what you're seeing happen here. And that's not new. If you go look at tons of cases of police brutality, when it is a Black police officer that commits the brutality, they are likely immediately fired and charged because they won't protect them. So I think this is very telling.
I mean, and you talk about the ways in which systemic racism and white supremacy function in that way, in which Black cops who themselves commit brutality are not protected by the system. But we are seeing many Black faces in positions of power surrounding all of this, from the Memphis police chief to the elected leadership of Memphis. And we've seen this really in democratically elected, democratically controlled cities and states across the country, where you have elected Black mayors, elected Black city council people, all of whom vote in favor and use their budgets to give police 100%. Overwhelmingly the dominant lion's share of a given city budget. And they're talking about more police. Yes. Ole, they want more police. Yes. And this is coming from the head of the Democratic Party in President Joe Biden. So what can be the response? Because we, as people that fully understand that the police need to be abolished, and the insult after the 2020 uprisings to instead increase police funding in the face of all the protests against the further militarization and expansion of the police state. What does that say to people like us in our community, but also to our allies who do recognize the injustices here and the ways that the police state is applied against Black and brown people in this country?
It tells us a lot. I think one of the first things it tells us is that white supremacy doesn't need a white person in the room to function. That's just the truth. If white supremacy is ingrained in the fabric of your nation, and it's ingrained in all your institutions, it's ingrained in your media, it's ingrained in everything that you indoctrinate people to believe in, you will find that the marginalized and people will become agents to take up that flag against their own people. And that's what you're seeing. So that's one. Two, I think the thing it tells us that I think a lot of us have been saying for a long time is that it's not a Democrats versus Republican thing. It's not a blue versus red thing. It's not, it's far more nuanced than that. If we're all raised in the same society and you're being fed the same thing as objective, as fact, and that's the way that Black people are criminalized without pushback, that's the way these narratives are created around us, you will find that Democrats and Republicans are very invested in the same thing. They're all perceiving it and treating mass incarceration as the answer to everything. I also want us to remember that mass incarceration is a business. On top of the fact that it is slavery, and that's not hyperbole, it is slavery. That's literally why the carve-out is there in the 13th Amendment. It is slavery. If you take ownership of people and work them for another's financial gain, and they're deprived of their freedom and civil liberties, that is slavery. That's what America is doing. And quite frankly, right now, 2 million people are in that system. But if you turn it into a business for everybody, the Democrats, the Republicans alike, it is a business in this country. They make $11.6 billion on goods that they get from prison labor, both private and public, people who are incarcerated, both pre and post conviction. Then you're going to see a lot of investment in feeding us that same narrative. And that's what I think is happening here. It's easy for them to come out and act outraged after the fact at an incident. They'll say they're outraged that it's sad that this particular individual thing happened, but they are not opposing the structures and the different policies that make it possible for those things to happen. And so what they need to do, and I think what you see is these concerted efforts that we get in between when the movement, when there's a highly popularized death, you'll see the movement get a lot more attention, and then it'll slow down and it'll go up like this. What they do during the down periods is they attack education, they attack information, they attack what you have access to, because they know if you have access to certain information, if you realize what the numbers are on policing is, if you realize, hey, what happened to George Floyd? What happened to Elijah McClain? What happened to Tyree Nichols? What happened to Alton Sterling? What happened to Philando Castile? What happened to Walter Scott? These things are not isolated, but these are things that are being perpetuated by our everyday society. You will start not to support these things that you've been fundamentally taught. So I think that's what that tells us, is that they're united in the same kind of misinformation campaign and kind of keeping us like dumb, docile, and complacent.
The normalization that police kill Black people as accepted fact in the United States is something that is very disturbing, because as you mentioned earlier, 2022 was the most deadliest recorded year for police killings in this country, with over 1,000 people being killed. In January 2023, we're probably already off to a record start. And there's something about those numbers, Ole, that really bother me, because it does not seem to bother the masses of Americans, right? And on top of that, the number of people that die whilst incarcerated, that die while in police custody, these are not even numbers that these cities, municipalities, states, and even at the federal level, they don't even keep track. They do not even keep track.
Exactly. And I think, what is more concerning, the way our police brutality conversations are framed. Something we always have to remember and take into consideration is as high as the numbers are, as bad and damning as the numbers are, the numbers would be worse, because think about how many incidents of police brutality they don't admit to, they deny, they lie about, or what is the range of brutality. Because when people think of police brutality, they think of the people that they saw in video that were killed by the police, but they don't think about the everyday way that brutalization and violence is a part of policing. Because a conversation I had with my mentor, Masai Lord, who's a civil rights attorney today, was he said everything besides him dying is what he sees in videos every day suing. Like, that is a normal thing for police to go and pursue somebody, brutalize them, beat them up. I know that as a public defender. It's very rare that I have a client that tells me they weren't beat by the police and aren't showing me some kind of bruising, that aren't telling me a story about that. And so that's what we have to really take into consideration, because I think that is important to how we frame policing. Because I saw a tweet last night. Someone said, "Oh, what happened to Tyree Nichols was despicable. Those police weren't acting like police officers." I'm like, no. They were acting like police officers, and that is precisely the problem. Don't separate them from it. The violence is a part of it, and we have to stop allowing them to frame it as though these police just went rogue. They just happen to be brutalizing people. No, and an important issue in this case is these officers are a part of a special squad. What it is? Was it the Scorpion Squad? Mm-hmm. Exactly. And what that really, really translates to is this is what they do. They have this special squad because they go and they brutalize people. That's what they do. This isn't the first incident of them beating somebody up. This is the incident that we are seeing on the news of somebody dying. But this is something, this clearly, this violent conduct, how they're moving, how they behave as a unit, the way that they behave, this is how they operate. And that is far more telling, because this tells you this is a police department that awarded that said, hey, special squad and unit, this is what we want to see happen in policing.
And this is in policing across the board. That horrific case across over in the UK of elite Metropolitan Officer David Carrick, the one who admitted to, I think, almost 50 sexual assaults and rapes. He was an elite officer. It's right. You will find the worst at the top of this blue pyramid. But one thing that you do with your platform that I really appreciate is that you do a tremendous amount of political education. And in the movement to abolish this police state in America, that's what it's going to take: more information, people understanding not only the amount of money and resources that the police give or are given relative to whatever crime they actually fight, which is not crime. It's keeping Black people in place in protecting the property of the elites. But for example, one thing that really hurts my heart every time that it happens is when I hear about a police murdering somebody who is in the throes of a mental health crisis. And usually it is that person's loved ones who call police to the scene. And I really want people to stop doing that, but I really want Black people to stop doing that, because it is almost a guaranteed death sentence. And I know that is not the intention of those that are calling for help to come assist somebody that is in crisis. How can we better educate and inform our folks that 911 is not the answer, that the police are not the solution to every single kind of disturbance, and that in fact it is more likely to put you and your loved ones in danger when the police arrive on the scene and usually escalate? We've seen so many of this. Our people get shot and killed because they're experiencing a crisis.
We have to redefine what we believe these systems are here to do. I think the mistake, what happens is we're all being indoctrinated to believe that the police are there to help, that the criminal system is the criminal justice system. So it's in the business of achieving justice. And when you hear it does it, it's an anomaly, it's a mistake, but this is where you should turn to. And so people have a hope. And I think especially in the case of us and in our communities, the people most involved in the criminal system are underneath the poverty line. So these are not people who have other options. They don't have other resources. So it's almost like, where else am I going to turn? And I'm being taught that this place is supposed to help me, and maybe they will. And I think it's often a desperate choice, because most of the time when my clients, I can't tell you how many times I arraigned somebody and they called the police. They were the ones calling the police for help. Like so many, it's unbelievable how many times it's them who call the police, or someone in their family, or somebody called the police for help. And now look at this situation. And I think it's unfortunate because it really all boils down to, one, education, but then two, the resources. And I think that's why it's incumbent upon us and those of us that can to try to do our endeavor best to put these messages out, to help people, shift their social consciousness and learn these things and unlearn these things they've been taught to believe about the system and rely on it. But it also requires us to really put our foot to the gas on a lot of these politicians and our local, especially our local people. We focus a lot about federal and all these, like the higher ups, but it's a lot of these, your council members and your state legislators who have a lot of saying things. And we have to do something to them about resources and where they allocate those resources, and doing something to create alternative systems. And you do see some places adopting now different hotlines that you can call a social worker, or call a mental health worker instead of calling the police. And that's what we need more of. But unfortunately, the reality is America's criminal system is built to prey on the poor. And that's why it's able to do all of these things. The majority of everybody in the criminal system in America made underneath $12,000 annually before arrest, right? So it's picking on the people with the least resources and the people who have the least places to turn. So it's incumbent upon us to re-educate, but also to reallocate. Resources need to be reallocated to the communities and give them alternatives, because unfortunately, a lot of people, you're right, a lot of us do know. We know what the criminal system does to us, but in the moment of feeling, well, what else will I do? That's where they turn.
So your work as a criminal defense attorney, undoubtedly, it has informed your views on the system right now. And there are a lot of, I would suppose, well-meaning people who call for reforms, when they see the video of Keenan Anderson and Tyree Nichols and so many others. They say that those police were not well trained, that if we had a better trained police force, that's why they need more money, that reform. And the word abolition is such a radical foreign concept, because again, like you said, we're so indoctrinated to accept the police and policing in our lives is such a normalized thing that to remove them from the equation equation, they think anarchy will automatically ensue.
Yeah.
So the ways in which people are trying to make the system and make the situation better, can it be reformed and can it be improved from the position that it is now?
No, let me tell you, no. Let me tell you what it is that I think. First, I think what's radical is a police state. What's radical is having a body of people that you hire, that you empower, that you give the money, and they are able to brutalize you, that not listening to their every command. If they don't feel respected, they have the right to kill you. What's radical is living in a country where you know that police are killing thousands of people and people will get up and try to vilify the dead. That is what's radical, is trying to create these new structures to defend and justify it. But in terms of reform, listen, I'm an abolitionist because this system is slavery. That's what it is. Like, that's period, point blank, done. Everybody likes to have these other conversations around it. It is slavery. So, and SLAPP doesn't help anybody. It's not there to help anybody. And I think that's important, because when you talk about abolition, people say, well, if you get rid of the prisons and the courts, or you get rid of police, how will you address harm? How will you address crime? And it's important to remember that we don't have those systems in place to address that. Every one of those systems in place are actually there and do function to regurgitate these exact same problems and cycle the same exact social ills and harms throughout the same under-resourced, marginalized communities so that they can keep it going. That's why it is a business. It is there to control certain populations, Black, brown, and other. That's what that's there for. So it's not there. So I'd say the alternative that we're trying to propose is that we actually address these root causes in the first place. And as far as reform, the people that are teaching you, that are talking to you about abolition, the organizers that are telling you the system need to be abolished, are the people trying to give you the substantive reforms that actually take power away from the state and move us towards there. Like, I recognize that they're not going to close all the prisons today and close all the prisons tomorrow, or, fire all the police officers today. But what I'm saying is we need to divest from mass incarceration. Instead of continuing to put billions and billions of dollars into doing the same thing and achieving the same lack of results, let's start to chip away at that by putting that money into our communities. And bit by bit, as you divest from that system, as you actually address people's actual material needs and their issues, when you give people the money for education, when you give people the money for housing, when you give people the money for mental health resources, you will find that you will eventually come to not have so big of a police state and not rely on it, because you don't need to. The truth is, the safest communities are not the most policed. They're the most resourced. That's just the truth of the matter. So that's what abolition is. That's what we are advocating that you do. It's not an inherent problem with reform. It's the fact that the people, the system itself, are the ones telling you that they don't need reform. They're the ones telling you, oh, when Dan Roy Henry was killed by NYPD, what did they do? They awarded that police officer police officer of the year. The union gave him an award. They're the ones telling us that the system is functioning as it's supposed to. They're the ones telling us that reform can't work because reform isn't needed, because this is what they want. It's not that we're against it. So we are trying to get you to divest and to invest in things like cash bail reform. Let's abolish the cash bail system. Let's decarcerate Rikers. Let's do these different things that move us towards abolition.
We also experienced the police assassination of a young protester defending the Atlanta forest by the name of Manuel Tehran, also known as Tortuguita. He was killed allegedly by Georgia state troopers, seemingly assassinated while in his tent. The Stop Cop City movement has been something that has been sustained for many, many months now. And it seems as though, despite the organizers in Atlanta that have, quote unquote, done it the right way, they petitioned the city council, they had hearings, they went to the community, they found overwhelmingly that the community and the people of Atlanta do not want this cop city built. And still, as you talked about those those who are funding carceral states and funding the police state, a lot of this is coming from private dollars. Specifically, the Atlanta Police Foundation has a lot of corporate backing from companies like Coca-Cola and Cox Enterprises and the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. There's a lot of private corporate dollars that are going into this grotesque police training compound that will eliminate, many dozens of acres of a protected forest, something that is also an environmental justice issue, in addition to being a racial justice issue. But what is your take on this, Olay? Because the police, despite the will of the people, are intent on building this facility. I personally think that the organizers are going to eventually win, but it seems as though the state is ready to ratchet it up. In addition to charging protesters with excessive charges of domestic terrorism and giving them unreasonable bail, denying them all kinds of rights that they are entitled to. What is your take about the escalation of the state regarding the Stop Cop City movement?
Cop City is a prime example of a police state, of what it means to live in a police state, and environmental racism. Because first and foremost, it is not a coincidence that Atlanta is a city that as of 2021 polls 50% Black. So it's not a mistake that they want to take 350 acres to make, quite literally, it's not hyperbole, they want to make a mock city where Atlanta police can test out urban warfare. So let's think about that. We have about 35,000 officers in NYPD in New York City. And they have about 2,000 officers in Atlanta. I think the training facility for NYPD is 21 acres. They want to take 350 acres for 2,000 officers in Atlanta to have this mock city. So what is that for? Now, when they're testing these urban warfare tactics to use on the 50% Black city, is also not a coincidence, and it's also important, and it needs to be discussed, the environmental racism, because people don't really understand what you mean when you say that, but this is what we mean. Atlanta is a city within a forest. That forest is there for a reason. That forest protects them from overheating. It protects them from flooding. So, and on top of that, 20% of the people in Atlanta are literally impoverished. So if you take a 50% Black city where 20% of the people are impoverished and they are being protected by this forest that protects them from flooding and overheating, and now you cut down that forest, what happens when this Black community, this already under-resourced community, they're now being policed by a police department that is now trained in urban warfare, and now they're subject to nature, which is flooding and all these different things that they won't be able to get financial recourse from. They'll be run out of their communities off of what will be the environmental disaster that is that. So this Cop City is a travesty, and it also is a reflection of just how much the machine is behind things. Because until you started talking about Cop City, and a lot of the comments I saw from people and doing the Cop City explainer was, I had heard this on the news as just a training facility. And I was like, why are they opposing a training facility? And that's what they do. They have this way of reframing the problem and then painting the actual truth as what's hyperbolic. So people hear Cop City and they're like, why are they calling it that? No, they're literally trying to make a mock city of Atlanta where the police department can train to enact warfare against the Atlantan residents. So this is huge. This is a major problem. And it's also something that needs to be taken into consideration, is that 70% of the city opposed it. That's what you said. The organizers did the right thing. The organizers went and they tried to take the legal channels. They tried to do that. Let me show you. Our city opposes this. This is protected forest, and 70% of the city does not support this. And you know what they said? We don't care. We don't care. We're going to do it anyway. Cut down the forest to everybody's detriment. Empower the police, give them more money, give them more resources, and do all these things that the residents have opposed. So does that? And when you think about that, you have to say, how could it be possible that they're there to protect and serve? Have you ever had anybody that's there to essentially protect you or work for you or serve you that gets to tell you they're going to violate each and everything that you want? And if you oppose it, and when you do oppose it, we will invade and we will kill you in your own bed. It's a tragedy.
It is a tragedy. And unfortunately, these state-sponsored murders are going to continue because there is no political will, at least in elected spaces, to do anything substantive about it. It's continued to fund the police, continue to give the police more training. So for us who are theoretically on the menu, right? This is a survival game. This is two-part aid / survival and political education and political mobilization. So what do we do, Ole? Because we don't really have any political allies. Like there's nobody really, there's so few people who hold elected office that fully understand the full scope of what police and the carceral state are truly doing to generations of communities. So in order for us to protect ourselves and to protect our future generations, I mean, what is the step forward? I mean, the rise of mutual aid, that's good. I'm glad to see going hand in hand, the rise of unionization, again, to empower workers to make sure that people actually have enough to survive out here. But when it comes to the political front, we don't have political power. We find it difficult to organize because sometimes it's tough to organize with our allies because they don't understand the urgency and the fatality, the direness of the situation as it pertains to poverty and the ways in which police are deployed in poor communities. So how do we go on? How do we go forward and to make sure that we put an end to this state?
I think that we have to transition our focus from awareness to education. I think people are aware. We're aware that police kill Black people in America. We're aware that certain communities are mistreated. But what we are not so aware, and what I realize is people do not understand the fundamentals, the foundational things that support that. And because what happens in the movement is you get a very superficial support, right? It's like, oh, all these people at the protest with you, they're with you because they think it's sad that that person died, but they are not educated on all the underlying institutions. They don't get it. So many comments, you see them responding, how is it systemic racism? How is it racism, systemic racism if the cops are Black? Or how is that environmental racism? We have to transition our focus to education. And I know in my heart of hearts, I believe that that is the answer for two reasons. One, if it weren't, you wouldn't see the concerted effort that you see from them to block out information. There's not a coincidence that in the wake of the social justice movements, in the wake of everything with George Floyd, you see book banning. All of a sudden, you see the straw mans of critical race theory. They're trying to get Black history out of the schools. That's literally DeSantis is on a mission to do that right now in Florida. To me, that is a very, very clear indicator that they get it, because the reality is this: people. The government, the powers that be, will do what they need to do in order to create and maintain their power, and whatever and what the people will support, whatever the people will condone and the people will endorse. And that's why we've lived in a world where what the powers wanted was tough on crime. They wanted mass incarceration. They want a world in which we're subjugated like this. And so they trained us, and everybody was on board on it in a very neutral, thinking it's very neutral and objective. Oh, they're the bad guys. This is the next thing. But as time shifts, as people learn more, as media changes, all these different things, you start to see people push back. And so I think it obviously is incumbent upon us to shift the social consciousness, because people will stop supporting it. When people, even when I first started talking about Rikers, as much as people know about Rikers, they've heard about Khalif Browder, but Rikers has been around since 1932. New York is a city filled with 10 million people. How come it is that it was shocking to people when I said it was a pretrial detention center? Because even the most basic of information is kept from people to allow them to support it. So they'll think, oh yeah, that's sad, what happened to Khalif Browder, but Rikers is otherwise this big bad place for big bad people. You know what I mean? They don't learn these things about cash bail. They don't know what the system actually reflects. So I think education, I think we have to fight their concerted efforts to keep us from getting the information out. And we have to do our best to make sure we don't leave the conversation at people's emotions. It's not enough to invoke everybody's emotions and, oh, you feel sad because you saw that video. It's not enough for that. You need to actually start talking about, well, hey, would this have happened to George Floyd if you didn't support these policies where over-policing happens in these communities in the first place? Is that a normal, course of action? Or should the police be armed, police be handling traffic stops? We have to actually start addressing the policies, the initiatives, and the things that we condone and pay for in society that make the tragedies that, pull at our heartstrings so unfortunate, but makes those happen.
Yeah, so long as the police state is being enacted against Black and brown people, a lot of America is very content with the status quo. And I thank you for saying political education about what people understand the system to truly be. And I want to throw in there media literacy and understanding and recognizing propaganda, and stop falling for the banana in the tailpipe when it comes to these situations, and just assuming that default the police are an institution for good and justice, and they are actually the opposite. So Ole, this has been fantastic. I'm so appreciative that you made time to join us here on Status Coup. We've been speaking with Olayemi Olurin, advocate, criminal defense attorney, abolitionist, all around badass. Please follow her on social media. She has the best commentary. So please, Ole, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.